Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hearthside Enclave's Apotheosis 2nd Edition Kickstarter Promo stream. We are here to play the playtest version of Apotheosis 2nd Edition, written by Gordie Murphy. With me is myself, Gordie, Ours, Will, Fee, and August. I'm going to let them all introduce themselves in just a second. Words. I did not plan out what I was going to say before I started talking. I do this frequently. So, just a little bit before I introduce myself properly, Apotheosis is a game that is very near and dear to our hearts here at Hearthside Enclave. It is the game that we started our very first podcast with at Hope's Hearth. It basically set the tone for our entire world and universe, and the vast majority of the games that we've played afterwards. It is a game that we constantly reference and talk about. It is one of my favorite games I've ever played, and the 2nd edition is looking to be just absolutely phenomenal and a very good update to the original game. Moving forward, my name is Izzy. I use CCR pronouns. You can find me on Twitter at TheSeanDeer, where you can find my professional work. You can also find me on Tumblr, but that's where I do silly, goofy things and be gay. I am your host for this evening. I will not be playing. I am hosting and facilitating this game. I also realize my microphone is not near my face like it should be, so excuse me a moment. Good thing I talk loud. And with us for this very special stream is the author himself, Gordie Murphy. Go on and introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Gordie. He, him pronouns are great. I wrote both versions of Apotheosis. The first one in a weekend 5 years ago for a folklore-themed game jam, and the second one over the course of several years, leading up to the Kickstarter, which is now live.
And it is Kickstarter. It is fully funded, but we're trying to hit those stretch goals as well. They're very cool stretch goals, giving us more content and more art and more writing and all sorts of cool stuff. Oh no, Nightbot's not working. How dare it? Oh no. Dang you, Nightbot! Why is it not working? Hold on.
Well, you were talking about how easy it was to set up.
I was, and now it says no.
I think you tempted fate.
I did. I tempted fate. Hold on. It's good.
I'm going to assume I'm not allowed to post links in chat, but you can pop onto Kickstarter and you can check out Apotheosis 2nd Edition. It's got 63 hours left on the clock. There's some exciting stretch goals there. There's some fun shenanigans with regards to bringing in other game designers and what have you, which I always love to see from a game design perspective. You know, it's. I feel like much like podcasts, you know, it's all interwoven and tangled together, and it's lovely to see game designers working together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a couple of the stretch goals are trying to make the game into kind of a little storybook, as well, which I was given like a little booklet of Greek myths when I was 3 or 4, which kind of led to this game decades later. But I would love to bring in some guest designers to write their own myths, and see what like mythology means to different people.
We love to hear it.
There we go. I got it to work.
Proud of you.
Heck yeah. Support the Kickstarter. There's a link in chat now. I missed all of what was just said because I was focused on trying to fix Nightbot. I'm assuming it's
We
good
spoke
things.
about how long was left on the clock. We spoke about some stretch goals. We spoke about Gordie's childhood with a cute little lore book.
Awesome. Thank you, Fee, for doing that.
You're welcome.
So yeah. Gotta get my brain back on track. Hababwa. Habwa. Habwa. Hababababa. Anyway, so yeah. Gordie, is there anything else you want to say before I move on to introducing our players?
I will give just a very brief pitch for what the game is, which is, if you don't know or haven't looked at the page, it is a game about how mythology changes over generations, which is something that you can see in oral storytelling kind of throughout history. The game has a little blurb about Little Red Riding Hood, which started somewhere in Europe in the 10th century, I think, and spread into dozens and dozens of different versions, which have different like vices and virtues portrayed in them. Some of them don't have a wolf, they have a puma, or they have another animal, or they don't have a monster. And it is kind of about coming up with a myth and seeing how that changes over 5 generations of a society's history.
It's very good for world building.
That is the hope.
Listen, having done it, it's really good for world building, and you can get some wild things out of it, you can get some not as wild things out of it. It's whatever you want, because myths are what you make them. They're great. Okay. I am now going to introduce our players. Gordie is here to, talk about the game, the Kickstarter, and answer any rules-related questions that we might have for him as we play. Our players are August.
Hello, I'm August. You can find me on Tumblr at Strange Harpy and also over on the Follow the Leader podcast, and I am excited to be here.
Heck yeah. Hours.
Hi, I'm Hours. I come from off the internet typically, and I'm just happy to be here and happy to have my friends see me.
Very good.
Oh yeah, I'm one of the pretty ones.
Everybody here is pretty.
Said one of.
Fee.
I am Fee T Hazard. Hello, I use the she and the her pronouns. You can find me everywhere at Philo Hazard. And if you like giant robots, boy have I got a treat for you. You can find me on Admiralty Blues, a comedy sci-fi giant robot podcast, and KalazCon, a comedy giant robot sci-fi podcast, but set at a convention with 30 goddamn players. I'm so glad I didn't have to facilitate that. I would have died.
Both podcasts play Beam Saber, by the way.
They do, that's true.
Beam Saber, very good game. A+.
Yeah.
And last but not least, never least, is Will.
Last but
Hi.
most.
I'm Will. I use AM, which works like they, them, except singular and without the TH. You could find me on Tumblr at SameNBHat. And you can find me on Hope's Hearth when it starts back up again.
Yes, which will hopefully be either the end of this year or beginning of next year. We are in the planning stages of Season 4. We're working on it. Also, if people are looking at our overlay and thinking, are 3 of those people Homestuck avatars? Yes. Moving on. I will now turn it over to our players to start the game with the rules. If you guys want to go through some of the rules to start the game with so that we can get this going. I trust you all to handle yourselves.
And that was your first mistake.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say that's probably a mistake, but it's fine.
So, we're going to be creating and following a society over the course of 5 generations. A society can be any amount of groups of people. They can be shared by politics, or ideologies, or ancestries, or religion, or what have you. So, first and foremost, we need to choose a time period, a setting, and an aesthetic. And there is a fun little rollable table there at the back to pick some aesthetics if we like that. How are we feeling, gamers?
I want to point out that Packbats in the chat said Homestuck Myth, let's go.
Oh my gosh.
I would, but I'm allergic.
I know nothing of this subject. I can't do
That's
nothing
fine. You
with
don't
it.
need to know anything. Truly, you don't need to know anything.
It's terrible.
I feel
Homestuck
like
is-
some Homestuck is gonna seep in, but I don't think we need to set out to do a Homestuck myth.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the-
the whole thing about Homestuck is you accidentally invoke it.
That's the
Like
thing
some
is
sort
when
of
you
demonic
play-
pact.
That's the thing is when you play with Homestuck just kind of invades everything you do, even if you don't think about it. How can you escape the Homestuck when it was here the whole time, etc., etc.?
Like warrior cats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like warrior cats.
It is like
yes,
warrior
it
cats.
is truly like warrior cats in a very similar way.
I've committed a violence.
You're committing a violence upon people who know what you're talking about.
Just so long as you're committing.
That's kind of like mecha animes also invade everything you ever do, or if you've seen Evangelion, it just invades everything you make.
Yep, it's stuck in there now. I can't get it out.
Or Redwall, somehow there's another Martin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Listen.
again.
I think it's anything past a certain scale.
Will's thing that invades everything Will does is Star Wars.
I do
That's
Star
a pretty good
Wars,
one.
and I'm mad about it.
Yeah, that's valid.
Gordie, what's the thing that that always invades what you make?
I don't know if there's like one thing there. I'd feel like I keep circling the same idea, which is this idea of like changes over a very long time period, which might just be Children of Time, by Adrian Tchaikovsky. If you want, like,
I love that book.
If you want like an example of what this game is sort of designed to produce, you should read Children of Time and look at how the Spider Society progresses. That's like exactly it.
Those books are great.
We love touchstones. All right. Okay. What? Who is messaging me on Discord? They're not important at the moment. Anyway.
I was gonna say that I thought of a weird society that maybe we could consider.
Let's hear it.
Swamp pastoralists that herd giant amphibians.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go for the traditional, like, Morrowind giant bugs there for a second. I'm kind of down for big frogs.
Yeah, so we're getting froggy with it?
Tragic that Malia's not here.
That was quick.
I was thinking of newts, but we can certainly do frogs. Frogs are fun.
Listen, just amphibians.
Yeah.
Somebody is breeding very lapdog axolotls or something. Who knows?
Ooh. We've come back round to dogs again already. I'm into that. How are we thinking in terms of time period? Is it like, when you say pastoralist, is it like, 1700s? Or is it like 2013, but they're deliberately making a move towards, like, pastoralism, which is definitely a word.
Ooh, either of those could be good. You could be like, we're pastoralists, but we have cell phones.
Okay, at that point, you just have to, you just gotta go all in, oh yeah, we're pastoralists, we got, teleportation systems, we have, live feeds on our conversations.
That's just like Star Trek and Star Wars, though.
My favorite part of Star Trek is all the frog farming that Picard does.
I think it would have been better if he did.
He walks up to a big computer and goes, "Frog, hot."
Don't do this to him.
The computer prints out a frog with titties.
I don't even know. I'm literally in the first season of The Next Generation. I have no idea if this is a thing that happens.
Has he printed out frogs yet?
It does. It's just like that time he was shot.
Make it so, eh, gamers? Alright, are we saying that they, do have the capacity to tweet then?
I think
it's called Ribbit.
You
What's the news
rib
called?
blog something. Oh, that's fun. I like that.
Make sure whatever ideas you guys come up with, you put it down in the document so that it doesn't get lost.
Right.
Let's get that in there.
Don't worry, I've added the important things.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anonymous.
I'm
Thank you.
at keeping track of information, so even though I am the facilitator and host, someone else will probably need to be the note taker.
I'm obsessively good at it, don't worry.
You are very good at it, babe.
Thank you, I know.
Honestly, if you hadn't been, like, busy, I probably would have asked you to make a slideshow.
Oh, that's so sweet, I think.
Your
what are we
slideshows
thinking
are
of
really
in...
good.
Well, thank you. What are we thinking of in terms of aesthetics? Immediately I'm thinking of, like, the Southern Water Tribe in Avatar The Last Airbender, which may well just be, like, a riff on, you know... What's that wet bit of Florida called? Wet Florida?
The wetlands?
The Everglades?
No, I think it's the thing I said.
The Everglades. Yes, it's
the Everglades is the thing I'm thinking of. Is that what we're thinking, or is it, like...
Louisiana Bayou.
The Sound of Music, but there's giant frogs everywhere?
I was thinking wetlands, but add in mountains.
Ooh.
Temperate
Wetlands, but add in what?
rainforest.
Mountains.
Temperate rainforest, so like the Appalachian Mountains a bit.
Ooh.
I'm nodding.
Yeah,
I'm stealing
It goes-
temperate rainforest for a character name next time. That'll be sick.
The further south in the Appalachian Mountains you get, the wetter they get.
Mm.
There is legitimately a temperate rainforest in the Appalachian Mountains. It is an endangered biome, as you can
If
imagine.
you
Oh.
told me anything was in the Appalachian Mountains, I'd believe you.
I know you would. Most people should,
Big
because
frogs.
honestly, there's some... You say that like it's a joke.
I said it like it was optimistic. That's what you would call it, aspirational.
In the second edition, there are 10 pre-generated societies if you want to skip the steps we're about to do, and one of them is I grew up in Appalachia, Western North Carolina.
Yeah.
One of them is definitely a Appalachian-inspired urban legend.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's sick. Love to hear that. I'm also looking at the aesthetic chart on page 23 of our little playtest PDF. Are there any adjectives here that are leaping out at us?
Always ethereal.
I think that's just you being gay.
It's literally in my
Being gay
Discord
works.
bio. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm seeing decaying.
Ooh.
And like I don't
That's
know.
kind of fun.
Yeah. What do we want to work with that?
Are we saying that, like, the society is decaying, or are we talking about, like, how swampland is constantly, shifting and changing because it's...
Composting.
Yeah. Composting, yes. Thank you.
You're constantly
Mm.
fighting against the decay that the water causes.
Well, I mean...
I like that. Sorry, August, please.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I like that. I was going to say conversely to the, wetlands are shrinking thing. No, the wetland's getting too big. It keeps getting bigger.
Wetlands expanding.
Oh god, it's
Some
big
players have made
wetlands!
wetlands too powerful. He's too
Our
strong.
fun
No one can hold him back.
It's like big
Our
pharma,
fungi
but it's big
harvesting
wetland.
cannot keep up.
Big Wetland is my second new character name from this.
Big wetland.
Big Wetland. Oh, you mean old Big Wetland who lives down by the freeway? Yeah, I can take you to him.
Howdy, my name's Big Wetland. What can I do for
Obi-Wan
you?
Wetland. Well, that's a name I haven't heard in some time.
I'm Big Wetland. What can I do for you?
I ain't heard Big Wetland in ages. Most folks these days just call me Wet.
Oh. Okay, next game is Detect or Die, or Everyone is John, but we're playing as aspects of a man called Big Wetland.
Jot this down, jot this down.
Adjectives, let's go, come on, let's hustle.
Alright.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
So-
not the best
so I'm
at this
thinking
figure. I definitely keep everything
decaying.
on topic.
Idyllic. Mundane.
I kind of like mundane. That's kind of a like practical problem situation.
Yeah,
It's not
like
restricting us to just one word.
we've already picked 2. I think we're supposed to pick 3.
Mm. It doesn't state so, but 3 feels fair.
Do you like an adjective?
As many as you want to spark ideas.
You can pick all of them and just have the most fucked up society.
You're futuristic, yet you're also low tech.
Listen, it can happen. That's
It does happen.
That's just
That's
just
space
cyberpunk.
westerns.
Yeah, that's space westerns.
Oyster farmers.
Mm.
But that's the opposite. That's dry. We're going big wetlands.
We're going
so-
wet.
Big wetlands,
Yeah.
biofarms.
Oh,
Mud
we can
farmers.
have swamp gas being those will-o'-the-wisps.
Ooh.
I feel like we're in the weeds on that one.
What's the name of our society? Anyone got any names cooking there?
Ooh, names. Names are hard.
The Edoran Partnership.
Oh.
The what partnership?
That's a society
That-
name?
Yeah, the Edoran Partnership.
Can you write that?
Yeah, type
Sure.
that in chat, because...
I didn't fully hear what you said, so I just put down Eggman partnership until we get on that.
Adoran Partnership? Ours.
What is Edoran?
Why would you do that to me?
You're the
that
one
just-
who wrote partnership. It's partnership now. Nope, it's
Why would you not
partnership.
just understand too?
Partnership.
Is Edoran just like a name, or is it like a word I don't know?
Is this
Top
is
of the
this-
head. Top of the head. It's nothing.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Nothing.
Now I'm gonna jump in just for a second and just be like, is this just kind of is Edoran? This is everybody. Is this the name of like the area or the people?
I think Edoran might be like the country, society as a whole, like the landmass.
Okay, so
Welcome
it's like
back,
saying
Gordie.
the Baltics.
Right. But
Okay.
like the partnership is what the actual like native population refers to themselves as.
Fascinating.
Okay.
That's the like cultural identity or what have you.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a little bit in the weeds on this one, do you have an idea of why they call themselves that? Like, is there something that happened before this myth is happening that maybe is why they call themselves that?
Okay, the Pack Bats in chat says sounds like an employee-owned organization, and I'm gonna pivot and say our frog farmers unionized.
They're
like
like from
They are now.
all over the area, and they just have a national union.
Yes.
Honestly, this makes
I
sense. The IWW has lore. They have their own like mythos and lore, and it's actually fascinating.
Ooh,
So this is
when
a
did
thing-
they stream Apotheosis?
God, that would be so funny to do, actually. But yeah, there's like lore and shit. I have a little booklet somewhere that's got it written in it. It's how they sign on like new younger wobblies. That's what new members are called.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's fascinating to see like an organization have lore like that. So that's actually like a really interesting direction to go in with this, is to give like this organization a myth.
The Wobblies
Yeah.
sound like an obscure '60s Doctor Who villain. Hope you, I thought you'd want to know.
They kind of
Like the industry's definitely like it's needed for the continuation of society, which is probably why they got to get away with it for so long, to the point where they essentially replaced the government. But now
Oh my
we've unionized.
Okay.
Now we've unionized.
So, are we eating these frogs, or are we like harvesting mucus from these frogs? I feel like both is good. If like
Maybe
we
it's-
get like medicine from the mucus.
maybe it's like a kind of all of the above situation, where it's
I like that.
it's using like all parts of the frog, like different like species of frogs have different things that they're used for. Maybe there's like some people in the organization raise frogs, and they're like, it's like horses, like frogs but horses.
Draft frogs.
Draft frogs, yeah, or racing frogs, things like that. There's frogs.
Pollinators.
Yeah, there's frogs that are raised as like hunting frogs. There's livestock frogs. There's like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's the or newts and salamanders, other amphibians, the lap axolotls, who definitely started off as efficient hunters and then have... It's like the difference between like what wild axolotls used to be and what they are now. There's one like fringe part of this organization that raises olms.
Oh, those
my
guys,
gosh.
like from Amphibia.
I don't know.
Immediately running out of amphibian knowledge. Oh, I know, like an Amphibia.
I haven't seen Amphibia.
Pretty good.
Me neither.
Olms are they are a salamander, kind of similar to an axolotl, but they're really, really long, and they live in water in caves, and they have no eyesight.
That's right, kiddos. It's a biology lesson. Get in,
I will make every single thing I do a biology lesson. Just stop me.
I'm not mad at you. I'm excited about it. Keep going.
Myths are just biology. Do we want to move on to the questions to develop the culture? I have added a thing
Do you guys
of...
want to make characters and locations? You want to make like a short list of people in the society?
I think
yeah.
that's part of the like role-playing optional rules. I figured we weren't going to do that based on the amount of time we have.
Okay.
Right. But we do need to do, don't we need to do some... Sorry, I'm trying to find where I am. Okay, so the locations are also part of the role-playing rules, which
Yes.
look really fun, but also like they would take time.
Yeah. We've kind of generated a little bit of it, just kind of talking about like different aspects of this organization. So we sort of have a vague idea of like maybe the different parties involved in this society, and probably the ways that maybe they'll come up into the myth. And locations can just be, this is the farm where they breed the axolotls. This is the farm where they breed the draft frogs, you know? So we don't need to probably get into the weeds on that. I just wanted to ask just in case if you guys wanted to try and do that. Because we can probably make the role-playing work as long as the scenes are kept short. And I know all of us...
That is my primary concern.
Yeah, I know all of us, and I know, one, we really like role-playing, and because we really like role-playing, Short? Never heard of her.
Yeah, I'm super tall.
Okay, well then, move on to page 7, which is titled This Is How Our Story Begins, where we seed the myth. So as a group, we will be creating the dominant version of the myth that the society starts with. It should center on a big event in the history. It should fit into the aesthetic and tone. And it should be something important that leads to a meaningful change. But it doesn't necessarily have to be large scale. So what do you guys think this like big event that happened is?
So, because I'm a Homestuck, the first thing that immediately popped into mind was Genesis Frog,
God!
which we should not go with.
No.
But I just wanted to put that out there.
You know, it was on the table. It was brave of you to say it. Applaud you for it, but unfortunately Chris won't pick that up.
I do think that it should have to do with the frogs themselves, though. Like, we've got such a symbiotic relationship with the frogs that, like, it should feature frogs very prominently.
I have ideas, but I'm not technically playing.
So, like, founding the Union or initial thing of that symbiosis, and we do, like, How to Train Your Dragon, but with the frog instead.
New species
How
of
to
frog
Train Your
is
Froggen.
discovered?
New species of frog is discovered.
Or maybe
what if
frog is cool?
Maybe instead of new species of frog, it's like a new type of amphibian. Like maybe we've got mostly frogs and salamanders and axolotls, and somebody discovers a newt.
Sinister. I wonder for the implications.
That's my idea. I'm shutting up now.
I was about to take that to the nuclear option.
Oh god.
Nuclear newt.
Nuclear.
Y'all like volcanoes and what they do to areas to like build plant life?
Yeah, of course, like in Pokemon.
Okay, what if there weren't always amphibious creatures that were visible, but they were very heat-resistant ones that got shot out of a volcano, and then were just on the mountain. Things burned for 10 days and nights until the rivers streaming down the mountain saved us by cooling them off and giving us these new colorful amphibians who kind of have like a bismuth-y pattern on them.
Oh, that's kind of neat. I like the bismuth pattern thing. That's very visual.
Instead of being like water amphibious, they're magma amphibious?
Well, they could have just been like legendarily. Maybe they are heat resistant nowadays even. Maybe like no matter how hot it is, if you bop your forehead against a big frog, it's still cool, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like endothermic.
Pop open a cold one, I say, as I let my giant frog out of the stable.
Hey, frogs are already endothermic,
I don't know what endothermic means.
I think.
I know
Is
they
it something
are.
to do with frogs?
Hold on.
Endothermic is a reaction where heat goes in instead of going out.
Yes.
Exothermic is the opposite of that, where heat goes out.
So for
Neither
animals,
of these things have to do with frogs.
For animals, an endothermic animal is cold-blooded.
Yes.
It,
That's
Oh.
frogs.
yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Frogs,
Oh.
snakes, most amphibians and reptiles are cold-blooded. There are obviously exceptions. Did you know that birds are warm-blooded? Sorry, that's a random fact,
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
You thought birds
There's
were
a-
cold-blooded?
No.
There's a reason I said endothermic. I'm just as nerdy.
So, and humans are
Nerd party,
exothermic.
nerd party.
Anyway, we're on the boat. We need to get off the boat.
We're on the frog.
I like volcanoes producing, maybe they should be producing salamanders, introducing salamanders to the ecosystem, because salamanders have a historic connection to fire.
Hellbenders.
That feels correct.
Hellbenders.
They could.
Hellbenders!
Hellbenders.
That's a kind of salamander, right?
Yes, it is a very, very large and endangered salamander. They are, I believe, from America. Hold on. I must do frantic animal Googling. Y'all continue.
We could do the, elemental thing where it's like, oh, the salamanders came from the volcano, and the big frogs came from the sea, and, I don't know, a frog, but, with a hang glider built in, came from the sky. I don't know of any flying amphibians.
I don't think there are any flying amphibians.
Well, that's the problem, then. Gliding axolotl.
Oh, God.
Its
Yeah,
little
I mean-
things open up, and it has, Batman wings.
There
Why-
are
why
flying
not?
frogs, technically.
There-
Yes.
Oh,
they-
okay.
They glide. They have large webbing between their feet, and they will jump and glide. Anyway,
That's
yes,
Those are from the
hellbenders
air.
are the largest salamander in North America. And it is
Excellent.
the only extant member of the genus Cryptobranchus.
That is a great name.
Right?
Well, it was a crypto, bro, so it's probably for the best.
I love hellbenders. They are endangered.
So what are the beats of this
Hellbenders!
myth? If we're beating this myth, what are the beats of the myth?
Okay. Once you have the focus of your myth, it's time to actually create the story. We'll be summarizing it on digital index cards.
AKA a Google Doc.
Yeah. The myth may spring from a kernel of truth, but the reality might differ quite a lot depending on your society. I feel like the kernel of truth is that there was a volcanic eruption, and then people discovered salamanders. But the two events are not actually connected.
Maybe they're connected in that,
like
the truth is the eruption uncovered a cave or something.
Oh, yeah. That sounds good.
Yeah, like the
Or like when it's rained and then worms come out, except with lava and salamanders.
the ground got too hot and so they came out of the ground kind of thing.
Ooh,
Yeah, okay.
I like that.
Story beat 1, volcanic eruption reveals salamanders.
Is that two beats? Is it Great Volcano erupts and then salamanders come out and say hello?
That's probably... I mean, they can be one beat. It just depends on how granular you guys want to break that down. I think for the first iteration of the myth, being a little bit more broad is probably a good idea. And then as the generations go forward, it gets more granular as details change. That makes sense? Does that sound like a good interpretation of that, Gordie?
Yeah, I think so. What you're telling now, it doesn't have to be like historical fact, and this will inevitably change as you go.
Yeah, because there's no ways these things don't get some like kind of buff. Yeah, two beats. New character name, Big Schlamandeer.
Listen.
All right. As people were coming in and out of our wonderful chat while everybody is thinking about story beats, I am here to remind everybody that we are doing this as a promotional stream for the Apotheosis 2nd Edition Kickstarter, which you can find the link to in the chat if I can spell. I've done it. It is fully funded, but we are trying to hit some of those really cool stretch goals at... Scrolling. Hold on. I did not have them up at all.
I like the little trumpet noise there. That was good.
At 10K, it will expand the pre-generated society starting myth story beats to fully written out myths, expanding the book and adding art to match, which would be absolutely fantastic. There is also a 16K, 22K, and 27K goal. If it manages to hit 27K, that is the hardcover option, which I think would be super fun. I want all the other options, but I really want a hardcover version of this. I'm being extremely single-minded on that one. I love hardcover copies of tabletop games.
I can confirm 2 people have seen this and backed already since we have started.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My friends are really cool, and we have sold them.
Nice.
They were already sold, but now they're sold.
Sold them with our Tales of Frogs.
Tales of Frogs and Law!
Listen, in Hope's Hearth we did dogs. In this stream we're doing frogs. I've got a theme with the Augs.
Something secret third thing.
New tag was definitely for the Augs crowd.
Ooh, hogs.
It's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. Anyway, sorry.
We're never gonna write this myth.
The impulsive thoughts have taken over. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. So yeah, there are stretch goals. We want to hit the stretch goals. We are currently sitting at
7.5 big ones.
Yeah, $7,587. We've got 63 hours to go on this. I think we can definitely at least hit the 10K goal before the Kickstarter wraps up. So definitely toss like some dollars its way if you can. If you can't, that's also totally fine. We all understand. You know, it's one of those things. It's already funded, so don't feel bad. Sprog, space frogs.
No, frog is...
No, I know a sprog is
frog
a
is
baby
language.
frog.
No.
Oh,
Frog is language.
Fascinating. Alright. Continue now that the interlude has finished. I'm gonna mute myself so that I can open a soda and eat a thing.
Do that. So we've got Story Beat 1. A great volcano erupted, shaking the land. Great salamanders came from the volcano.
Oh, it should be from the ash, I feel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Um,
Yeah.
So a suggestion we've got for Story Beat 2 is a great wave, big frogs like in Naruto. I don't know enough about Naruto to know what Naruto's big frogs are like.
They're just,
Um,
they talk like men. It's kind of weird. They're like, "Hey, Naruto, what do you want there, boy?" I think some of them smoke
Okay.
pipes.
I'm gonna
Old man,
say
no woman.
maybe these are different big frogs from like in Naruto.
That's incredibly fun. I think I was mostly saying that because I think they have elemental powers in that. I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
They got ninja powers.
Well, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
Naruto. Everyone has ninja powers.
They just got ninja powers. They got kaiju ninja powers. They just got ninja powers.
They just got ninja powers.
Yeah, that and they look like gang.
So should we be like, should this story be how we met all the amphibians, or should this story be how we tamed the salamanders?
Both. Or like, oh, it could be how we tend the salamanders specifically.
I feel like that might be a little easier to have like a story arc.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be a lot easier to do within the time that we have for the stream than it is like, this is how we tamed every single frog.
So, what if Story Beat 2 is a little child went to see the salamanders?
Okay.
A sticky, sticky child.
A sticky child.
Well, they
covered in
certainly
ash.
were after touching the salamanders.
No, that's slimy. That's not sticky. There's a difference.
I would definitely assume this child is sticky. They are covered in ash, and there are salamanders crawling all over them at this point.
It's like a kid coming home with like an armful of puppies, except they're just hellbender-sized salamanders.
And that's the small size.
That's the small size. Then you get like the like Japanese giant salamanders. Those are like the medium size. There's even bigger. Just a child with an armful of salamanders. That's a thing that children do anyway. That's so funny.
It's just right. And I love that every hellbender looks like a sticky brick.
What about each day bigger salamanders show up? So the kid comes home with like an armful of tiny ones, and then the next day there are the tiny ones and ones that are the size of a moped.
And
it kind of escalates.
What's happening.
Well, big salamanders are showing up, but yes, aside from that.
Such an escalation.
Yeah. And he's not telling anyone where he found them. They just... Big Sally. One day just comes home riding on one.
Okay, so what the beat for this part of the myth would be is a local child has discovered the salamanders and brought them to whatever this particular community is around the volcano.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is the next beat, and now we need to do the next beat. Remember, we can get into the weeds as we go forward.
Oh, it looks like the next beat is the salamanders get bigger.
I've pitched that.
Salamander get bigger.
Exponential salamander growth. Not in terms of like the existing salamanders are getting bigger, just in terms of like scaling.
Alright, so it's like maybe the beat is like each day for the next however many days, like you guys can decide on that number, larger and larger salamanders are found.
4 years, and the one at the end becomes the moon.
No, we're not doing that one.
Alright.
We've already done the moon.
Yeah, you've done that already. Fair enough. Also, it's a salamander. Maybe the sun? No, never mind.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, y'all. They've done the moon.
All I can think of is the Pacific Rim, in 8 hours we'll see a double salamander event.
Ooh.
Photosynthesizing hellbenders.
Alright. Okay, so let's go with, like, myth's sake, maybe a week or two.
10 days. 8 days.
10 days sounds like a mythological number. Let's go for that.
Wait, okay, so I guess that's... You have a day where they show up with the small ones, and then I say the next day and for the following 8 days. Then that makes 10 days worth of salamanders.
Yes.
Filling in a percentile of salamanders each day.
Okay. So then we end up with the full scale of salamanders. How do we
Like
domesticate
range, I
them?
guess?
Well, is domestication the next beat of the myth, or what is the thing?
I think there needs to be a beat of, oh god, we've got all these salamanders living here now.
Yeah.
Like, maybe
Introduce some conflict.
Maybe this is something like the volcano erupting maybe wasn't the not all myths have like a negative bit, but there should be like a problem that has to be solved.
Yes, agreed.
So it would be maybe this next beat is that problem. So is the problem the sheer number of salamanders? Or is the problem something different?
How do we feed all of these mouths now?
We're just assuming the society has adopted all these salamanders immediately.
Wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah.
Like, you don't know what to do with them, you don't want to break the kid's heart. They brought a car-sized salamander out here. From what it sounds like, the community is already very animal conservation-minded.
I mean,
Like, we're in touch with our ecology.
I also feel like people just feel strongly and behave strongly in myth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, I think there's a definite need to, one, know how we feed all of them without damaging the pre-existing ecosystem.
Without hurting the land around us.
So
Correct.
maybe the specific thing is like there is like the problem is that we needed to take these salamanders in because they came from the habitat around the volcano.
Mm-hmm.
So like myth-wise, it's like these salamanders are now our responsibility, but we do not have the space or a feed to care for them.
Mm-hmm. Like, we don't have infrastructure for this.
And so then the next beat could maybe be the solution or the start of the solution. Probably the solution, I think. What beat number are we on? I forgot.
5.
Okay.
Which sounds about right. Maybe 1 or 2 more.
What if the salamanders eat trash?
That's so funny.
How did they find that out?
The salamanders got into the trash cans, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a bear scenario, except it's a big salamander instead.
Done got into my compost bin.
Maybe that's like the kernel of truth of that beat, but the actual thing is like, maybe it's less like trash, or like the salamanders moved into like the wetlands and started eating the decay.
Yeah, okay.
Because we said that one of our adjectives is decay, so maybe that's part of it. Like, the kernel of truth is they started eating the trash. It could be that the waters were getting polluted and they were struggling to take care of that problem as the kernel of truth, but the mythologized version is the salamanders started eating the decay.
Yeah, I like that.
Although I have to say, I do like Mighty Ducks salamander scenario.
That was my little joke of Story Beat 5. Well, we need to win this hockey tournament to save the giant salamander rec center.
Very funny that Mighty Duck gets mentioned, because at the market I was at today, there was somebody selling like a vintage Mighty Ducks children's shirt. If it had been an adult size, I would have bought it immediately.
You could have bought it and used as a patch or something. Battle jacket with the Mighty Ducks on the back.
The guy was selling it for $15. I wasn't about to buy that shit just to tear it up for $15.
That's about
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway.
So right now we have 5 beats. Story beat 1, Great Volcano erupted, shaking the land. Grand Salamanders came from the ash because I didn't want to use the word great in 2 sentences in a row. Story beat 2 is a small child went to see the salamanders. They were covered in the smallest of their kind. Story beat 3 is the next day and for the following 8 days the child comes home with yet larger salamanders. This filled the full range of sizes of salamanders. Story beat 4, our home fills with our new guests and wards, the salamanders. How do we feed all these many mounds without hurting the land around us? And then story beat 5 is the salamanders consume the decay of the wetlands, help the wetlands to grow. How we feeling, gamers?
Feels pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah.
a solid start to me.
Okay.
Metal salamander solid.
All right,
Sorry, what?
Before we move on, I really quick want to ask, do we need to take a bio break? Or are you guys still good to keep going? And I can check in again at the half hour.
Take a quick bio. I'll be right back.
Okay, we will do
Okay.
a quick bio break. I will put on the BRB screen. Aim to be back within the next 5 to 10 minutes, okay?
Alrighty.
Gotcha.
Yay.
All
See you soon.
And
Advertise. Be cute. Good.
And we are back. Hello, everybody. We are back from our bio break. Let us continue into the next phase of making our myth.
Did you miss us?
Manifestations. Did you myth us?
Very droll.
Oh my
Mm.
So we are to ask what physical representation of the myth exists in our society. What do people say about the myth in day-to-day conversations? And how do people feel about the events of the myth in society?
I can't spell the word manifestations. I did add the word fee to it, though, which is always an improvement, so you know.
Mhm.
Okay, so what physical representations of the myth are there in our society? There are salamanders everywhere.
There is photographic evidence of less decay piling up along riversides nowadays.
We know the salamanders eat decay. Like, we can go out and watch them do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great
The
porch
social.
activity.
Okay, what do people say about the myth in day-to-day conversations? Instead of thank the maker like in Dragon Age, I'm gonna say thank the manders.
I feel like if you told them that, like, Game of Thrones that out of context, they'd be so mad.
Why? I think they'd really like it.
uh,
Okay.
Colloquialism. Is that what a colloquialism is?
I think so.
I'm gonna add it there anyway. I think it's a fun word to have.
Yeah, it could be a common phrase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mm.
What else?
Okay.
What else are people feeling? I feel like we should all try and add some manifestations, which is of
Yeah,
course my
yeah.
most favorite Mario brother. It's manifestatio and then it's Luigi.
So we're like going back to our society. We're like 2013's pastoralists. So
Yeah.
maybe is this a new myth or this is something that's been around for a little bit?
I think it's meant to be a new myth.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think like 60 years old, maybe, like 2 generations.
I think
Are we
it's
not
a myth
close?
which is in our society. I don't know if we need to put a clock on it. It could be like 50 years
Okay.
old. It could be 100,000.
Hmm.
It probably shouldn't be 100,000. This isn't the divine cycle.
Yeah, slow down there, Austin_Walker.
No one has ever told Austin Walker to do that.
Y'all
And that's a
missed
problem.
The absolute cackle I just let out. Don't be mean to Austin that way.
No idea.
He
who they are.
deserves it.
He's back to the Kickstarter. Be nice to him.
Oh,
Oh, man.
nice.
We love you, Austin
Would
Walker.
you like a
make
gentle
a good
hazing?
podcast and good content. And definitely don't make something be longer than it should be.
Hi there. We have a Kickstarter that you need to back. Would you like a gentle hazing?
It's fine. They've already booked. I love that I just they them everyone now. He's already back to Kickstarter. It's fine. He's already bought the horse.
Oh, we've already got your money? Oops.
He's not in the stream, thank God. I would actually die.
I would also die. This is a good point. Anyway, please.
I'm
So,
eating again. I'm eating bread.
Okay.
So, what if it's viewed as kind of like a kiddie thing because of the way the children feature so prominently in the myth?
Oh, I like that. As in a story that you tell the kids, or as in something
Yeah.
that's kind of immature to believe nowadays?
No, something you tell the kids.
I like that.
I definitely heard you say kitty and thought you meant like a cat.
No.
Cats love
Yeah.
hearing the story for some reason. The cats and the salamanders really get on. Kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. Kinda weird.
Salamanders are
That's-
just
that's
wet
cute.
cats.
But most
feel
cats don't like being wet.
I know, that's why they're salamanders.
I know it's kind of late in the day, but have you considered adding the contempt mechanic from the Quiet Year? Because
That's called a
get that
camera
in
and a
there.
blank stare.
it's a good point. But I don't want to have to turn on face cam for the stream.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It's funnier if you just say I take a point of contempt when it's not a mechanic in a game.
It's a good point.
It's a very funny thing.
Okay, but rounding up. I feel like if we have this centered more kid focused, then we can take a little look at the values that we're presenting for them. Because at this point of the mythos, it's very encouraging of things like curiosity and adventure, and finding a essentially non-violent solution.
Yeah.
I like that.
I didn't even know we were on that question. That's just what I'm thinking.
I think we're just looking at the manifestations right now, so I'm just adding them where they feel apt.
Yeah, you right. You got it.
What if so they're pastoralists, right? So they're moving around, which means that my first thought, which was just giant troughs for feeding salamanders, trash, is not effective because like who wants to carry around a giant trough? But what if there are designated places at each campsite that you leave the things that salamanders will eat?
I like that. Maybe they're doing it out in the wetlands as well, but I like the idea that, you know, if we've got leftover decaying stuff, if someone's house collapses and we've got a bunch of rotten wood, we know where to leave it, where the salamanders will go and have a little chow down.
I feel like you get there and then you just like sit and pet salamanders as they eat.
That sounds good, like a cat cafe.
Yeah.
There you go.
They're not a
Perfectly
deer
domesticated.
park, but better for the environment. Those deer are fucking rude, man.
Yeah, antisocial behavior in today's young deer is a real problem.
I know.
With only an $100 donation to the Apotheosis 2nd Edition Kickstarter, you too can help address deer youth miscellany.
Don't lie to them like this.
Why? I'm behind a computer. They can't get me. It's fine.
You don't want to summon the man.
Austin Walker.
Don't. Don't do this.
No.
You're right. I don't want to summon him.
So the second stretch goal is at 16K, and that is 5 guest designers will write new settings with fully written out starting myth. New layouts and art will also be added to go along with them. The settings will be written by Snow of Songbirds and the Wizards in the Wastes, Adira Slattery, Deadly Weapons and Cars, Aaron King, Patchwork World and Speedrun. Oh god. I'm going to mispronounce this person's name so bad. Charu Chantani Patel, Kick Rocks and Kick Garlic. Adam Bell, Grasping Nettles, and My Brain is a Stick of Butter. A game I have played. It's very good. So that's the 16K goal. Wouldn't that be fun to hit? Anyway.
Yeah.
It would,
That's
yeah.
hard to look
They are all
at.
Thank you
great
for
writers.
asking.
I like lots of volcano-themed names.
Yeah, it turns out that the name Fieri actually has nothing to do with fire, so...
Okay.
Oh, Ignatius. There we are. That's a good fire theme name. I added to what do people say about the myth in day-to-day conversations. Lots of volcano-themed names like Ignatius.
I like that. I've been thinking some like Oh, may you always have fresh water.
Oh.
How does that tie to the myth?
I thought the decay in the swamplands was
Like polluting the water and whatnot?
right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, what I suggested was that we were, like, the society was struggling to keep pollution out of the wetlands. Like, it's an effort, but as the society grows, it's just getting a little bit more difficult. And the salamanders are just like, ooh, trash! Nom.
Nom.
But the mythology, that's the kernel of truth in that beat. What it actually is they started eating the decay, which, as time goes on, when you think of decay, you don't necessarily think, like, trash bags and shit. You think, like, decay, corruption, like, nastiness, like...
I was immediately thinking of, those big algae that show up?
Yes, things like that. Yeah, exactly. So that's, like, there's a difference between, like, the truth and the mythologized version of it that gets passed down from generation to generation, because saying decay sounds much sicker and cooler than they ate trash.
Wait, there's something to be said about people calling the Joker the clown and people who call the Joker the disease. You know what I mean?
I'm going to kill you in your sleep.
Sweetie, you can try.
I don't know what to suggest. I mean, ours is on the other side of your computer. You can't help
I
it.
know, I can't do shit.
Everyone knows this.
I'm going to borrow a Dirkism. I hope your pet sneezes in your mouth.
Oh, I don't
Yes.
care for
You
that.
think I let her anywhere near my mouth, you sicko?
What, you don't kiss her on the head and she accidentally sneezes in your mouth?
That does
Absolutely
happen.
not.
You don't love your pet enough to kiss her on
Yeah,
the head?
We have very different relationships with our pets.
I don't kiss anyone on the head.
Cruel to your pet.
That's sad, Guff.
I am.
Anyway,
She sleeps on me. We're good.
Oh, she hasn't sneezed in your
Aw.
mouth while sleeping on you? Lucky.
we're
No,
never gonna
stomach and
finish this
lower.
game.
My cat loves me too much to sneeze in my face.
Isn't that just the way of myths, though? They're never truly ended.
It's like the never-ending story.
Anyway, we should try and actually get further along in this myth.
Okay, next.
Next.
Okay, now we establish generations.
Yes, Apotheosis takes place over 5 generations of your society's history. Though if you want to play along a game, you can add as many generations as you want. Five. We're doing 5. Decide how much time in your setting you want each generation to last. You could call them ages, epochs, or something much shorter. I almost wonder maybe if we can try and do that, like, maybe different per turn or what have you. So,
The generations are called spawn. No, no.
Ooh.
At the start of each generation, choose one big event that defines the time period as a group. It should be an event that affects the society directly. Next, you'll decide how this event impacts the myth that your society tells. Collaborate to come up with a historical event that both everyone at the table is interested in and that will have a significant impact on your society. This represents something that's happening in the present day.
Okay.
Metal Gear. Sorry, please.
Mm.
I'm rotted, I know, I'm trying to work on it. Anyone got any interesting historical events they're feeling the vibes behind?
We're gonna decide on the event each generation. We don't pre-decide those.
Yes.
So we need to decide
You'll
on
do
generation.
one generation at a time.
Yes.
Yes, so Generation 1, where all the original Transformers show up. What generation are we what event are we going with?
Is Generation 1 just volcano happen? Or wait, we decided that this had happened.
No, it's something that happens in the present day. Post-myth.
Algae bloom.
Algae
That's
bloom.
interesting.
Okay, what that algae bloom do?
So So it's maybe there's someone starts using new fertilizer upstream.
Oh no.
And it flows downstream and the salamanders can't keep up.
Oh no. Not the
Yeah.
we need bigger salamanders. Clearly, the problem is the size of salamanders we have.
Get those salamander skateboards.
Oh, then they can get around faster. No, that's smart. I like that. Let ours cook.
I've been cooking this whole time, don't you see?
I have to interrupt everybody to say a thing that my friend said in a chat where I posted the link, and I said, we're making a frog mist. So you remember how we were joking that Homestuck infects everything we do?
Oh god, what did we do now?
My friend said,
Don't
the nature
tell
of
me.
humanity is just that every so often someone accidentally invents Homestuck again. Like, thanks.
Well, that is true, yeah.
We've done it again.
The same is true about Stephen Jelly, and it happens.
Scarlett's gonna be
built
so
this
disappointed
world.
in me.
We're trapped in hell forever.
There's just so
Movie
much of Homestuck that it's really easy to invent part of it.
Yeah, it's like classic Simpsons. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Truly, honestly.
Yup.
Anyway.
So someone upriver begins using a different kind of fertilizer, causing massive algae bloom. The salamanders... I like that I'm coming up with new and interesting ways to misspell the word salamanders. It's good.
Good misspelling word.
Thank you. So we next each take a turn. Everyone gets one per generation. As part of that turn, we can either remove a section of the legend, we can remove an index card from the timeline and place it in the discard pile, adding it to my graveyard before I draw 2 more cards from my deck. We can also change the legend, which is adding a new version of a story beat, and place it on top of part of the legend that you're changing. I've made as a little table because I like organizing my thoughts like horizontally. Splinter, which is a good schism. Everyone loves a good schism, where a subgroup within the culture starts telling a different version of the legend. Or Propagate, which is where new aspects of the legend emerge, aka us adding new story beats horizontally. Do we want to just go in Discord call order? Should we make it August's problem first?
Yes.
No.
I do enjoy making things August's problem is the thing.
Sorry, August.
I
it's
thought
your
we were
problem.
friends, Fee.
Well, this is, you should have just changed your name to Zorgust.
I could help. I could do it.
Make ours do it. Do you want to volunteer ours as tribute?
No, I'll...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not you.
Yeah, I know.
So
I just love
this
stealing valor.
generation...
I know.
This generation is an algae bloom. I want to metamorphize, but I'm trying to, because I want to like keep it topical. Like I want the myth to grow with what's going on. So I'm wondering.
If it helps, I will also be metamorphizing.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
I love the one with the dog.
Oh, I also like the one with the dog. I was like, what on earth are you talking about? And then I remembered the one with the dog and was like, ah, yes.
I'll be propagating. Never mind.
That was the space police one, right?
Yeah. So they were cops, but again, their boss was a big fun dog, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paw Patrol.
I'm looking at the volcano. I'm looking at the volcano and I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking something has happened to the volcano, and the volcano. Maybe I'm going to erase the volcano.
No volcano.
Oh.
No volcano. The volcano is no longer relevant to what's going on. Just grand salamanders emerged, but we don't know where they emerged from.
From the dirt!
Okay.
So I think that's technically a change because you're not removing the entire beat.
Oh, okay.
Have I started
But-
playing a salamander? Yes.
Excellent. I love a good
Okay.
salamander.
So then that's just metamorphizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do they still come from the ash, or are they just coming from the earth, or do they just come?
Don't. Fee, you need to add something to the end of that sentence.
Arrive.
Thank you.
Undergrowth.
Conclusion.
I don't know. Distance. Horizon. Void. Space. They come from space. They all cling to asteroids and they come down.
We've already done that.
Oh. Every once in a while, humanity gets to the point where it reinvents Hope's Hearth,
Yes.
an actual play podcast about community, world building, and gay people.
The
I
strength
think.
and love we find entire situations.
I think Steve Irwin was in there for a brief period.
My brain is just drawing a blank on what they could have come from, because yeah, without the volcano they couldn't have come from the ash, so maybe or
You could have the ash remaining as like a residual, like they haven't completely forgotten the volcano, or they've forgotten the volcano but they remembered that they come from the ash.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they came
Or-
from the ash without an eruption.
or
Do
they
they-
just come from ash, not the
Yeah.
ash. They just come
Oh.
from ash.
Okay.
So it's
Oh,
like
okay.
how that
They just
that's like
spawned.
how they just spawn in fire.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Which is what, real
Get held.
salamander lore was. Where's fucking
Salamander my
there's
ass.
strike through?
I like it. I like it.
Okay, that's August's turn.
Yes.
Oh god. I'm D.
Ours, it's your turn. First,
All
draw a
right.
card from your deck. Next. No, I'm kidding.
I did play Yu-Gi-Oh! I draw. Propagation.
Ooh.
Okay, so since we've entered a new generation of the myth, here's what I'm thinking. Addressing the situation that's going on. Since the salamanders can't keep up, the giant frogs
Like from
have
Naruto.
have come into the situation. They, jumping down hills and hills, are going to be blocking the river at points so the salamanders can eat the algae collected on their sides.
On the sides? On the
They're
sides.
damming. The frogs are damming.
They're damming
Which
the rivers.
event does this change?
It's
No,
propagating.
this is a new one.
It's a new
We
one.
need another column in our table now.
Write down a new story beat and add it. Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry. I got columns and rows confused. As so happens. Where do you want your new column?
Is it a new column? Yes, a new column. Oh,
Like on the end?
I think the end, yeah. Sounds in order.
Frogs arrive. Also, I forgot what you said. I'm sorry.
And dam the river downstream, leaping down hills and mountains to beat the flow of the algae.
So we've got beaver frogs. Brogs.
Yes. I am intentionally not saying they have grabby hands, but that's up to y'all.
I mean, they're frogs. Frogs have grabby hands.
They do have grabby hands, but do you want them grabbing like large things of wood and just making dams?
I mean, they can do whatever they want forever.
Yeah, they're really big frogs. They probably can do whatever they want forever.
That frog's got like 4 2x4s.
Oh god! Who gave him 2x4s? The farmer down the road. I did!
I did. I know what he's
It
doing.
was me, Big Wetland.
It was me, Big Wetland.
I'm
You know,
returning.
it's your turn.
My move. First, I'm going to use the spell card. Pot of Greed. I don't.
May I jump in with a quick rules thing?
Yeah.
Is that not what the spell card Pot of Greed does? Yes, please.
After each of these main player actions, you should re-answer one of the manifestation questions.
Ooh.
Oh,
So
yes, he's better.
like these changes in the myth should make themselves known in some way in your society, in a physical or a social or an emotional way.
Thank you, Gordie.
Thank you.
Everyone say thank you to Gordie. Like we're tipping the bus driver.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then we have to go back to
Okay, August, your turn again, this time as well, again,
answer
once
one
again.
of the manifestation questions to go with what you did.
Okay. In addition to having communal places to drop decaying things off for the salamanders, we also get like communal braziers.
Oh.
What are we burning? Or is it just to keep the frogs warm?
It's because salamanders came from ash.
It's
Oh!
the ash for the salamanders.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we're burning salamander poop. Like buffalo. There's some politer word that I cannot remember.
Guano.
Pies.
Cow pies, yeah. Buffalo pies apparently make good fire fuel.
That's good to know. Alice?
Oh, yes. I believe the adding in the frogs leapfrogging to dam the rivers would probably add a new value under the emotional content. In that not only is it inspiring exploration, curiosity, and nonviolent solutions now, it's also encouraging community. And very specifically, the frogs were not asked to do anything. They knew it needed to be done.
Fascinating.
Are your frogs sapient? I don't know.
Okay, I've added, how do people feel? We encourage community and aid without being asked. We know what must be done, and we do what we can for others. Our frogs may be sapient.
Oh.
Be of the low.
That's me. It's a good thing that we have this player actions available cheat card directly below where we are in the document. That's really useful.
Really good.
Do I want to immediately add another schism? I do enjoy schisms as the issue.
They're very fun to do in this game, making like a different thing. That's how we ended up with the different kinds of dogs on Hope's Hearth, is they ended up being like splinters off of the main myth. With like the bird dogs and the water dogs, etc.
Mm-hmm.
The moon dog.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it is a
dog.
there's a cheeky schism with the lads. I think there are what's a good name for people who go into the wetlands often, like people who do it as their jobs and what have you.
Waders?
Waders,
Waders.
good, yeah.
There we go.
Waders. Waders. Named for the piece of clothing they have to wear when they go into the wetlands. The waders!
Decay threatened to overwhelm the wetlands. Oh yeah. So instead of there's so many mouths to feed now, it's as all this was happening, the decay was threatening to overwhelm our home. And that's what caused the salamanders to react. The waders also have distinct outfits. They have very big baggy pants. They're wearing waders pants all the time. What do people say about the myth in day-to-day conversations? Keep your head over the decay. Keep your head out the decay. Keep your head out the decay. As like, don't be an idiot.
You got your head in the clouds, you got your head in the decay.
Now there, boy. You get your head out the decay now. You got some kind of decay between your ears there? Tap, tap.
Tap said 3 times. No, sir!
So says Big Wetland.
Big Wetland. Big Wetland, leader of the waiters.
Seems like an appropriate name for a waiter.
He's the union representative.
It's one of those determinative names.
Wait, not of the waiters. The waiters chapter of the partnership.
Oh, I like that. Will, it is your turn.
Yeah, I think I'm also gonna splinter.
Hashtag splintering. Hashtag Apotheosis V2 Kickstarter.
I'm splintering with so like it's a union. It's got to have people who go and talk to the people they're negotiating with, and probably also the government, and say things like, "This is unacceptable," or "We can work with that." I'm thinking their version is going to split off in 0.6. And I like the word's not proselytizers. That's a completely different
envoys?
thing.
Propaganda?
Envoys is great, yeah. The
Okay.
envoys.
Like negotiators, like...
Ooh, I clicked a thing I didn't mean to click. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
I forgive you. I don't know what button you're talking about.
It doesn't appear to have mattered.
And I wouldn't worry about it.
Envoys, instead of the frogs, they have the child, now grown, led a coalition to demand the government clean
Ill.
the rivers. Which is less fun than giant frogs, but also probably truer.
They went to the leaders of the nation.
Yeah.
This is not the leaders of their society. This is the
This is the leaders who can affect the farmers upstream who are not part of the partnership.
I see. Okay.
How is this reflected in society?
I think they start bringing lawn signs saying ban agricultural chemical here. Ban, parentheses, that fertilizer. Lawn signs. Yeah, they're picketing.
They believe in the democratic process.
Yeah.
I mean, in this world, it could work.
Yeah.
Kills fewer people than most other options. So they are at least giving the democratic process a chance.
Okay, Frog, go to the polls.
God.
It was bad.
It was bad.
Thank you.
I feel like they're probably in control of the agriculture enough, because like I don't think they're like splinter companies on like what's in control of like managing the decay, the growth processes, the farming industry. I feel like it was a national unionization because the only areas they could truly process were downstream.
Sure, I understood that.
I also didn't, but mostly because I got distracted by a picture of that sexy dog man from Power Rangers SPD again. Sorry, you were saying.
That 100-man slayer.
They don't call him the 100-man slayer in Power Rangers SPD. No fucking way. I'm calling bluff on that.
They don't, but they call him something similar, and it's a feat that he's called out on, and he has to repeat, and they put a counter on screen.
What the actual heck?
It's a flex.
Interesting.
God.
Call me out for nothing. Anyway, yeah. Because from what it felt like y'all were referencing earlier with where the government would be located, and in reference to the people who were using a new fertilizer upstream, it felt like there was a separation from the actual industry that is maintaining these wetlands.
Right. Farmers upstream are a different people.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Maybe they're like a different state in a federated country like the US, or maybe not, but they are not part of the union.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
I guess we do Generation 2 now.
Yeah, I think that's all of us.
Do we do anything else at the end of... Did someone just say Poggers? Don't do that again.
No, I said August.
I see. Tall Geese, your favorite mech from Gundam Wing. That makes sense.
Sure.
Is there not an event that you have to do at the end of a generation, or am I misremembering?
Not at the end of a generation. If we've done, I think we've done 4 player actions and 4
manifestation
questions.
Maybe I'm just getting confused with manifestation.
Yeah, so that's the end of generation 1. So now we move forward. However much time we decided that a generation is. And
that's a good point. We may not have chosen that. How big do we want our generations to be? Like 15 minutes?
This, in real life, this feels like this would have been like a 2-3 year process.
Well, but generations can be separated out into like 50-year chunks. Like
we could just say generations of generations.
How long would it take for people to like really start telling a whole new version of this? Like, is it gets passed down to children who change it, or is it like an urban legend on the internet changes a lot faster than that, for example?
Okay. Yeah, I think we're dealing with the best down to children.
So this would be like 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
Alright, forward. What does Generation 2 look like?
I don't know why, but part of me wants to be like there was, the big storm.
Big storms are always good.
Big storms are always good.
Especially because, wetlands are wet, so there could be, flooding that could really impact the story.
What about major impact to water flows and stuff as well, like currents? Redirects of rivers and stuff.
Yeah, causes some of those oxbow lakes.
Oxbow lakes are cool.
Yeah.
Google's Oxbow Lake.
It's one of those lakes which is shaped like an oxbow. I hope that helps.
Basically, they happen when a river changes course and part of the river gets pinched off, and it forms this like either like horseshoe shaped or almost near circular lake with some land in the middle.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a U. Like the YEW.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. It's called Oxbow.
Yeah, that happens when a river changes its course. And these happen naturally. It's just a thing that happens with rivers because over time their courses change because of erosion, like tectonic plate movement, animals, and human intervention, things like that. It's just how it goes. So were you guys saying that this was a human-caused thing, or is this just a natural shifting in the lake? Or the river?
It's a big storm.
Big storm
Yeah, it's a big
causes
storm.
a shift in the river.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I feel like realistically, and it's just like setting the groundwork for what's like actually happening. Probably a mix of big storm and giant frogs leaping down the riverside to like ensure that algae blooms are taken care of in an expedient manner.
Yeah, so it's like
over
a
time.
erosion, and then the big storm is basically like the catalyst that causes the river to shift course.
Right.
Okay, so it's something like maybe it would not be a hurricane. We're in the mountains.
Big storm.
Yeah, big storm.
It's a big storm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that has come in maybe over the mountains, and the mountains did not really affect any of it, and in fact made it worse.
Yeah.
What if something about it coming through the mountains makes it worse?
Well, because it's going from the pressure in the mountains to the much like lower pressure, I guess, of the below sea level wetlands. Or
yes.
Like that. Like it basically is like, oh, there's a lot of water here, which causes like differences in like air pressure and things like that, which can make storms worse. The valley I live in is very prone to tornadoes because of this.
Eee.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
It's just how it be. So this could be like, maybe it's like a really nasty like typhoon like thunderstorm with like all sorts of like heinous natural disaster level shit happening.
Is it like one night of big storm, or is it like a really wet season, or is it 2 years where the storms are terrible?
That's up to you guys.
Mm.
A 2-year-long storm does seem like a very significant event that would cause a myth to change.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be specifically 2 years. I was just thinking about different timescales here.
Once in fire, now in water.
Mm.
Oh God, that is 2 years of storm is such a wrathful event.
Mm.
Or 15 minutes, but it's really rough.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just gonna keep trying to involve the like different kind of amphibians as we go along.
Sounds good.
Somebody's got to do it.
Axolotls will show
I know
up at
my
some
place.
I'm going to say that the storm lasted a long time, but not be specific about how long it lasted.
Yeah,
Oh,
that sounds
no.
reasonable.
40 and 40 nights to be biblical.
Yeah, but we're not in the mythic bit. This is stuff happening in the present now.
Oh,
People
right,
can remember
right.
this.
Probably there's some debate about what you count as the storm.
Oh, I like that.
So, like, it lasted a long time. Everyone agrees about that. But were the 3 days of rain near the end also the storm? Or were they just residual?
August, it's your turn.
So, I'm going to erase the salamanders helping the wetlands grow.
Oh.
Because the wetlands have expanded
No, wait, too much. Too wet.
We too much wetlands. Too much big wetlands now.
Too wet, too furious. Oh no.
So
big wetland. I'm overwhelmed by the size of this wetland.
The salamanders are no longer responsible for the wetlands growing because we like the salamanders. We don't want to blame this on the salamanders.
Oh.
Okay. Good. Big moves.
So
if everybody will look on stream, there is now a salamander.
Yeah.
Oh, he's really
smiley.
What a big guy.
What a merry fellow.
That's the one you drew, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one that I just drew. You missed the couple of seconds where it was very large.
No, I didn't miss it. I saw it. He was just all over the place.
I have drawn the hellish salamander the hellish bender as named by Packbats.
The hella salamander.
The hellish salamander.
Love it.
It's the hellish bender. The hellish bender. They're probably called like ash benders or something like that.
That's cute.
That's neat.
They do be bending.
Hellish bender. So yes, salamander. This is the first time I've drawn a salamander, so.
So I think that this.
Sorry, Backbats.
So for the emotional aspect, is it safe to say that like this helps, comfort the kids? Because this is something that's largely told to children. It helps comfort the kids.
Right. Like, I can see if salamanders being the cause of, like, the problem, a very bad reaction coming from children that I won't discuss.
Yeah.
I mean, so an event like this can be, like, not to go, like, into it, but, like, events like this can be traumatizing even if nothing actually happens to, like, you or your family specifically, just because it's a lot to process. So, that kind of thing can happen even if, like, nothing physically happens to you. So it's definitely something that sticks in the memory, Yeah.
Oh. Awesome. Just a completely unrelated note. I think, unless they're immortal, the original Big Wetland's dead.
No, my name's Wet. I can never die.
Bigland. He's my brother. We have different surnames for some reason.
My name's Wet Bigland. My ancestor was Big Wetlands.
Again, different surnames.
Listen, we married into the Bigland family a while ago.
That's
that was
about
what
what
you've been trying to say the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's ours' turn.
It is.
Yeah, okay. What's the things we could do?
You've got 4 potential actions. You can remove, change, splinter, or propagate.
Y'all want a new amphibian?
Yes. It's like Pokemon. I always want that shit being released.
Okay, cool.
Give me an Alolan form or whatever the hell.
Hold on, gotta smoke a pack real quick. Alright. So I'm going to the moon with this one. There are no actual drugs involved. Okay.
Yeah, at Twitch moderation, there are no actual drugs involved in the making of this stream. This is a joke.
Flying frogs. Very thin little things. We know how they function. Izzy was kind enough to regale us with their biomechanics. Screw all of that. Give them pressurized little palm pads. They can fly now.
They fly now?
They fly now. Hundreds of them, thousands of them fly up into the air to combat the storm every day.
How? How? Why?
What kind of storm is it? It's a great question.
Big storm.
Big storm. Okay. I like a big storm. Is it a wet storm? Like, what's
it's
the
a
dangerous
wet
feature of the storm?
Totally dry storm of wildly uncomfortable
That's
vibes.
actually a thing, and they're terrifying.
They're so bad. That's why I need to know.
So bad. They're usually
it was a wet storm.
The dry storms are referred to as lightning storms, and that is when usually people get struck by lightning.
Oh, I wouldn't like that.
The air gets extremely statically charged. They are terrifying. Also, dust storms are storms what are dry.
Yeah.
Oh. Yep. Is this a wet storm or is it a dry storm?
I think it's a wet storm.
Yeah, it's pretty darn wet around here.
Just to go with the theme of the fact that we're in the wetlands. With Wet Bigland now.
Okay, so what do we actually...
Wet Bigland in the document.
Just up at the top instead of the word apotheosis.
Wet Bigland.
Wet Bigland.
So how does this change the legend?
So, in our time of need, when this wet storm was still going to continue messing us up, we noticed an odd behavior in the cloud frogs. You know, what do we call them? Cloud frogs, sky frogs, whatever.
Treetop frogs?
Cloud hoppers.
Yeah.
High frogs.
Cloud hoppers. Boom, I love it.
Cloud hoppers, there we go.
I'm so good at animal names. We've got the ash benders and the cloud hoppers, and the big frogs what make dams.
Does this just add on to the main body of the myth as like an additional event after the frogs?
I guess.
That would make sense.
Yeah. We got catastrophe frogs, all right. The cloud hoppers adored rainwater, and during this period where rainwater was continuously falling from the sky, they stopped bathing in the rivers, and went to the sky and
bathed in the icy cold ass clouds.
Yes.
So are they exothermic? Have these flying frogs evolved to be exothermic?
Yes, and they have turned blue.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
So,
yes!
Like, you know how you see like a murmuration of birds? It's like that, but
murmuration
frogs.
of cloud hoppers.
Murmuration of cloud hoppers.
Do they do anything to stop the storm? Why are they doing this? Do they just like it up there?
They're like
how does
Pegasus
this help us at all?
ponies. They can control the weather.
That they're redirecting it from actually hitting the ground and more collecting it for their own hordes. Because of this.
Do they have like something that allows them to collect the water? Sorry, now I'm getting into the weeds of speculative biology. How are they doing this? Do they have a water sack?
It is also a myth, so you know we don't have to be too specific about it.
Open mouths and water sacks.
Just saying.
We gotta pinch this off. They redistribute this water eventually to make their own watering hole, which is now a great lake.
If you wanna keep cloud hoppers as pets, you've got to make sure you got a rain barrel, or they will not drink any water and they will die. This is what I say. Wet Bigland.
Wig Betland.
Wet Bigland.
Hello, I'm Wig Betland. I'm a third distinct man.
I am also in the Waiters Union. I'll lead this chapter.
I command a fleet of cloud hoppers. I've got a flock of cloud hoppers that collect rainwater.
Oh yes, I would love if there was now graffiti inspired by the different archetypes of amphibian. That would be so sick.
By the different archetypes of Big Wetland, like that Charlie from World War II. Is it Charlie, the little guy with his nose stuck over a wall?
I don't know.
No, shoot.
It's Larry, isn't it?
Kilroy.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Kilroy!
Larry. It's Kilroy, that's him.
Yeah.
How do you spell graffiti? Oh, like that. Okay, thank you, Google Docs.
There you go.
So I'm taking that as a manifestation. There's graffiti and art of and other art, because graffiti is art.
Mm-hmm.
Other art of the various types of amphibians.
Right. I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on. The waiter's official symbol changes to be cloudhoppers.
Oh, that's a big change.
Fascinating.
We
Never
all
thought
get
the logo
new
for them.
metal jackets printed out.
But it makes sense because
is part of this because the river has changed course, and so fresh water has to be gathered as well from other sources.
right.
Yeah.
And I think without the cloudhoppers, their job sort of became impossible.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the cloudhoppers essentially prevented flooding as well.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Sorry, I've been macro this whole time, just big thing.
Listen, I was drawing a salamander for part of this, so...
It was a pretty badass salamander. It was dope.
The little ashbender. Look at him. He's so happy to be here. Alright, we are 4 minutes to the hour. Do we need to take another bio break, or are you guys good to keep going?
I need to feed the cats really quick. It shouldn't take me more than a couple of minutes, though.
Okay, we'll do a short one. I won't put us on the BRB screen. What I will do instead is talk again about the Kickstarter and stuff.
BRB.
So, again, we are here for the Apotheosis 2nd Edition Kickstarter. I know those words have been covered up a little bit by my sick-ass salamander, but that is what we are here for. The link is in the chat. Let us talk about the next goal. We've talked about the 10K, we've talked about the 16K. Let us talk about the 22K. At 22K, there is a bonus to all of the people who have contributed to the game itself. So, Gordie, I'm assuming that means they get paid more. Yeah?
Yes, there's a bigger payout to everybody who has been a contributor, and this is a great time to shout out a couple of them. I think we did a shout out of the stretch goal writers, who are all great. They're listed on the Kickstarter page. You should go check out everything that they've written. And I definitely want to shout out the principal artist. Yes, great. The links are in the chat for these people's work. Juho Choi has done a truly incredible job with art for the 2nd edition. She has come up with, I kind of wrote the descriptions for some designs, and she really took it and ran with it and came up with some interpretations that I could not have thought of on my own. And I think it all just looks spectacular.
Yeah, the art that's on the Kickstarter page is absolutely fucking phenomenal. That is actually, I based the backdrop for the overlay for this on the promotional artwork you've been using with the Red Riding Hood characters and the wolf head.
Yes. That piece was done by Mamedos.
Okay.
Just to credit properly, which is also great, and Mamedos also does great work. The layout is being done by Jam of Dinoberry Press, who has been nominated for and won a bunch of awards. And
Dinoberry Press.
They most recently did Little Wolves, which is another folklore adjacent thing, which you should check out. But the original design for Apotheosis was something I threw together in a couple of hours. And there's some examples on the Kickstarter page of some of the new designs, and it is a head to toe visual redesign. And then Tyler Crumreen, who made Beak, Feather, and Bone, and runs Possible Worlds Games, who does lots of other great work, is the editor. and has also been like a huge part of changing the text into something that is a lot clearer and a lot better structured. So yes, a big thank you to all of them, and everybody else who has contributed to the Kickstarter in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have helped you make this what it is, for it to come to the Kickstarter and become its new evolved form. And I'm excited to see everything like completed and stuff. It looks like it's going to be amazing, even just based off of the rewritten playtest rules.
Thank you. Yeah, it is sure gonna look a lot different.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to have it in my grubby little hands.
Also, yes.
Yeah, and then our last stretch goal, I would really like to be able to offer a hardcover version of the book. I feel like that needs a certain page count to really be worthwhile, and so if we can hit the other ones and fill out the book a bit, then I would be very excited to have a hardcover option available.
Yeah, and that's at 27K. So if we could get the Kickstarter to 27K within the next like 3 days, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be incredible.
Tell your friends about the Kickstarter, everybody.
Tell them.
Good.
Tell them now.
You've done phenomenal work with this, Gordie, as well as your team. This is a gorgeous looking game so far from what we can see, and the rules do make, like, listening to them the players play and reading the rules as we go through it, and even when I read it before I was like, oh, this is much clearer than the first iteration.
Yeah, clear text is good.
Editing
is good.
This is why I get people to proofread my games like 6 times before I even consider publishing them, because I'm like, I write stream of conscious nonsense when I write games.
Man.
Yeah, the first version was a submission. I think I said this was a submission to Folklore Jam 5 years ago in like the final days. Because
I understand the fugue state write a game.
Oh yeah, been there.
Yeah, because I heard Austin Walker say something about mythology changing in reference to a game called The King of Dragon Pass, which is also great.
Yeah, and
you should check out. It's from like 2014, I think, but there's some cool stuff in there.
Truthfully,
and
Apotheosis makes me think of another game, Dialect, which is about how language changes over time.
Yes, I think that is also a big inspiration.
Yeah.
Certainly in the visual design of the first one.
Both incredibly good games, like Apotheosis and Dialect. You know what would be fun for somebody to do? Play both of them. Same thing, same universe, same society. Play both games.
That's interesting.
There is a little section in the second edition of like a list of other games that are great world building games in their own right, and also I think work well in tandem with this game. So if you are trying to develop a setting and you would like to come up with something for their mythology and their language, you could play both games in the same setting. It'd be fascinating
to play Apotheosis and then play like The Quiet Year.
That's a podcast.
That's a podcast right there.
Yeah, do it.
August next MCL, like big arc. Apotheosis, then The Quiet Year again.
Takes an entire season.
Yeah. Hey, it'd be a good, fun season. All right. We will continue talking about the Kickstarter more later. Now that we are all back, you guys can continue play.
My turn, I think.
I was not keeping track, so I hope you guys remember.
My turn, I'm fairly sure.
I agree.
Somebody in the chat will correct us if we're wrong.
I don't think they will. They're cool. Right. What am I doing?
Oh, Fee
Okay,
posted
so-
the thing that Austin Walker said about
Oh, I did,
Dragon
yes.
Pass. I've never actually read this before. That's neat. Austin Walker
It's a
is
transcript.
good at games.
Yeah, let's all, desperately try and claw back our Austin Walker relationship after bitching about him for like 30 full seconds earlier on.
Listen, we can appreciate and look up to him while also still having some fair criticisms about some of the recent work that he's done.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Agree.
Anyway.
No one give me fair criticism, though, as I will just cry.
Fee will just break down and cry and you will feel bad.
Yeah. I'll actually just break down, like, mechanically, like a big spout of smoke will start coming out of my mouth. And that's it. Okay, so, adding a new, this is... It's not a proper gate.
I believe
I guess it's
if
kind of
you're-
an addition to the splinter.
Yeah, if you're adding to a splinter, I think that's technically propagation.
Interesting.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go then. I'm gonna. What's a ritual which isn't a ritual? What's a practical ritual?
Routine.
No.
An annual, like, festival? What do you mean?
Maybe I don't want to put this.
practical ritual?
Okay, this is. I
Give
mean,
me an
they
example.
did. The child performed some steps that they knew would lead to the salamanders coming about.
That is...
That's just a ritual.
Yeah, that's a ritual.
Okay, well, there we go. There's rituals now. I tried to avoid it. You all heard me.
Ritualistic dance.
Why were you trying to avoid rituals? Just as a curiosity.
Because there's some mention in the initial themes thing about, like, practical or pragmatic or something like that.
Oh. Yeah, we went from mundane.
I mean, if the ritual works...
It's a myth, though. Yeah.
If the ritual
Oh.
actually works, it's kind of like how... I mean, it's watering the ground so that worms come up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it works, then it's a practical ritual, but it is still ritual, and that's not to say that practical, mundane societies can't have rituals. It's not magic. There's, like, science and logic behind it. But this is also a myth, so calling it a ritual
A procedure.
Procedure. That's a good word.
Yeah, I can look at that.
So
She did the procedure.
An annual procedure. How does that sound, Fee?
Sure. I've also added to the social, keep the salamanders coming from the waiters, and to the emotional, even with great storms rocking the land, it's important for us to take ownership of our fate.
Okay. One of my friends just dropped a bomb in like our Discord.
Is it the spell
Procedures are-
card Pot of Greed, which allows you to draw... No, sorry, please.
Close. Procedures are what the Union calls spells.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She's so right.
That's so
Uh,
good. Yeah, that's what the partnership.
It's formally
calls them.
documented.
That's what the partnership calls them. The Edenor partnership.
It got us this far. It's got to be magic.
I love that I misspelled salamanders a totally different way again.
It be like that.
It be.
Will,
your turn.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
We lost Gordie for a second.
And let's go again.
He fell down a manhole cover. It happened before. Don't worry, he'll catch up. He has to painstakingly climb up a ladder while I sing Snake Eater from Metal Gear Solid 3.
Oh my god, that fucking
I'll do that.
moment.
God.
What a thrill!
No. There he is, in fact.
Snake Eater!
Welcome back, Gordie.
Welcome back, Gordie.
Hello.
You didn't miss anything, don't worry about it.
I noticed you dropped off
So-
like, immediately and we started goofing.
Vamping. Yeah.
Whoa.
The
I do
goofings.
have a rules question.
Yes.
So when August removed the salamanders consume the decay from the main storyline, was it also removed from the variants?
No, not necessarily. It can be removed from like the dominant strain of the myth, which is kind of what the longest column represents. But like subgroups in the society can still keep that in.
Okay, so I guess what I'm doing is technically a change.
Okay.
I'm gonna change the phrasing of the waiter's version of the salamander. No, wait, I can't do that because you can't do the same card twice in turn. Okay, doing that next time. Now I have to think of something else to do.
Oh God!
You can hold
did
on
we
to it
change that one?
for next time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm holding on to it for next time. I'm just
Now you
What
have
to
to
do
think
in
of
the
a
meantime.
different idea. Oh no, the
Yeah.
horrors.
Add another schism.
Quick ball.
I might add another schism.
Do it.
Okay.
I've made the little guy smaller.
I don't want to move the table. I want to add a column to the table. I'm sorry, a
you,
row to the
right-click.
table. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Insert row below.
There you go. With me one more
All
muzzle.
right. So we've got the version where I think specifically the child carers, like, and educators of the society have decided that the child who went to see the salamanders should in fact be children.
Like it's more of a communal thing?
Yeah, children went to see the salamanders, bringing gifts.
Oh, I like that.
And returned covered in the smallest. And there's a social, there's a development of a new social tradition that you should bring specifically small gifts, new tradition passing around small gifts as part of hospitality.
Oh, like to other people, not to the salamanders?
Right. So, like, you go visit your uncle and you give him a tea cozy, and then when he goes to visit Wig Betlands, who is his second cousin twice removed, he passes on the tea cozy, and eventually it comes back to you, but now it's got embroidered flowers on it. I don't know if you can embroider a tea cozy.
Yeah, you can, kind of.
I'll see what
You can, but only once, otherwise you activate the curse.
Oh, I see.
That's a different game of Apotheosis, don't worry about it.
You've heard about remuneration. Now get ready for salamandration.
I'm ready.
Okay. So that's Generation 2. Generation 3.
All right. So what's our big event? What's our horror of the night?
It could be a good thing.
It could
No,
be
it should be a bad thing.
Why would it be
But
a
our-
bad thing?
but our
Let these
people
people
are
have
so
something
nice.
nice.
Let's make them only have bad things.
No!
I love that also these people are like species non-specific. You can imagine whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. Pitches
I like
for
like-
big events.
So, like, what would be a good thing for them?
They realize they're in a timeline without Elon Musk.
Ooh.
I was about to think of something similar. What if one of the union presidents becomes the, like, I don't know what the head of this society would be, what the elective official of the society would be.
It's a
But
collective,
what if the head
so
of the
there's not a specific head of the society.
Oh, okay, cool. They get a seat. After like
I think
governmental
we should
data.
think bigger. These should be like,
Bigger?
yeah, because these should be
Oh.
like significant events in the society's timeline.
Maybe I have an idea. Maybe they bring in a new group of people.
I thought like population boom or something like that.
I mean, bringing in a new
Okay.
group of people would do that.
Mm.
Yeah.
What if
Okay.
What if we like continue to build relations with the people who originally caused the algae bloom?
Yeah, what if they didn't have the cloud hoppers? So what
They
if
didn't have
their
the cloud
area
hoppers.
flooded?
Okay.
So they had to move downstream.
Hmm. We befriend the mountain folk.
Okay. I'm game.
Okay.
With their leader, Bet Widlands.
Mountain John.
Mountain John, I like it.
Hello, my name is Mountain John. Ironically, I was born on the flatlands. Tell no one, it's my greatest secret.
Mountain John, Wig Betlands. Oh god, yeah, I guess we are now in the generation of Wig Betlands, huh?
It's Wig Betland's world. We're all just living on it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't.
Okay.
No, it's Bet Wiglands now.
At Midland.
Wiggling. Yeah, I think that's how we define generations.
Oh, there's a different one who has to inherit the
waiters, the Wigglins, the big ones, yeah.
Only a few of these families are related. Some of them are just... It got passed to them in the will because whoever was last just didn't have any children. They were like, I am passing it to the Widlands family. And the Widlands are like, fuck!
Yeah. It's
a reincarnation thing, like the Legend of Zelda timeline.
We live in a mundane
I got an
society.
idea.
No, it's not.
Ah, yes.
What if it's kind of like how in Game of Thrones they have for bastards, they get a last name based on where they're from. What if
Is the Wetlands name the bastard name?
It might be. Maybe there's an honor in that.
Maybe.
No one knows who you're from, but we know you're from us.
Aww.
That's kind of nice.
Sweet.
There's always a lands out there. Okay.
The bastards inherit the waiters. That's how it goes.
How it goes. They always show their stuff.
August, it's your turn. Draw.
Dual disc up with nowhere to go. Bette Midler land. Okay. Oh, the salamander got even smaller.
Yeah, I didn't want to cover up the Kickstarter part of the
No,
overlay.
no, good moves, good moves.
I'm gonna metamorphize again.
Yep.
Instead of salamanders coming from ash, they now come from the mountains.
Ooh, that's kind of fun.
Mm. So, like, the mountain people were actually able to identify. So that's where they went?
Yeah.
Okay.
About my naming scheme, I should of course cross out Salamander Miasma Theory,
What the
which is also the
fuck
name
was
of
that?
my new band. I didn't hear a beep. Did you hear a beep?
know.
Did anyone else hear a beep?
No.
Okay,
No.
I'm insane. It's fine.
Well, no.
Sure.
I just mean it was probably something on your side, my love.
Yeah.
How dare this happen to me? Anyway,
When's the last time you checked that fire alarm?
we are not in charge of that. It's our apartment.
Alright.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, Pagbats also heard a beep.
Ooh.
It was probably on your side, but Crisp ate it, my love. Do you want a second to check that out, or are you good?
I don't know, because it didn't sound like it came from outside my headphones, so I don't know what happened.
Are your headphones charged?
They're plugged in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh well. It's fine.
Hello.
Oh well? Anyway, continue. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
It's all good.
So, how does this affect our
So you're
manifestation?
performing transmutation, like in Full Metal Alchemist.
I am performing transmutation. My
Or as
brother
we
is
call
now.
it, mutation.
Yeah, my brother's soul is now bound to a scarecrow. Because we don't
Ooh.
have a suit of armor. Just got a scarecrow because it's almost spooky season. I'm trying to think. I think the emotional response to this is, a greater sense of unity, or encouraging unity between the partnership and the mountain folk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we have like a shared history or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
We all come from the same soil. So says I, John Rutland.
Bet
We
with
came
these.
from the ruts.
Now it's your turn.
Oh God, terrifying.
You've done this is your third turn. Why is this one terrifying?
It's no grand tragedy for creatures to fix. I've had
I
a
mean, if
theme
you want
going.
to
I had
introduce
pretty-
a creature again, you can do that. Maybe this is when we finally get the lapdolotls.
Buddy, what?
The lapdog-sized axolotls. The lapalotls.
Oh, gotcha.
You don't have to introduce lapalotls, but, I just like the idea of lapdog-sized axolotls.
It's just what the people want.
And their bespoke cousins, the lolms.
Long?
The lapdog-sized olms. Who are very
I've
new
never
to me.
seen an olm in my life.
I will find a photo. Hold on.
Hold on. Oh God, that is just a blind noodle.
Yeah, it's just a weird little noodle.
Huh.
I would like for chat to imagine an axolotl. Stretch the axolotl out. Make it blind.
Make its eyes.
Make it blind and give it, much more of, a snoot. Like, it's got a muzzle going on, where axolotls don't.
It's like a scaleless, eyeless Chinese dragon.
And they've
Horns are
got
kind of similar.
very, very small gills, unlike axolotls, which have much larger gills. Like they're equally like neotenic in the same way that axolotls are, but because they live in caves. Anyway, yeah, it just the noodle. Can everybody really quick sound off audio wise so that we can confirm that chat can still hear everybody?
Here.
This is August, sounding off.
One at a time. For the love of God. August.
Sounding off.
Hours.
Accounted for.
Fee.
Huh, long time no see, huh?
Will. Will.
Oh no,
Well.
Will.
Will?
Oh no.
Hello.
I know
no.
I fell down a manhole cover.
Sound off. Sound off, Will.
It's sounding off.
Gordy.
Hello.
And me. I'm assuming everybody could still hear me.
Thank you, Pack Pants.
Packbats, you're wonderful. Thank you for helping us troubleshoot to make sure that that beep wasn't anything horrible.
Haunted.
I'm haunted all the time, constantly.
Alright.
It's all the Furbies.
It is. I've got more.
Haunted Furbies.
I still want to get one of those new ones. Thank you, Scarlet Dulcinea. You are awesome. Thank you for supporting the Kickstarter.
Yes, she so is.
Thank you. Hell yeah. We might hit 8K by the end of this if the stream continues to be good at promo like that.
That'd be good.
That would be super cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Packbats, you are correct. Discord is terrible like that. Anyway, continuing.
It's a creature.
A quicho. We love a quicho.
Yeah. How bad is the word quivering for everyone? I think it's
Quivering?
decent, but yeah, quivering. Everyone find the word quivering?
Why?
I'm okay.
I'm fine with it, but also consider why.
Cool. I would like to do a splinter, a schism.
We do love a schism.
Yeah. Gonna talk a little bit about the mountain folk. Their main group is focused on mining. So we have this group, the Quivering Diamonds, who would speak about how, seeing the sky blot out, they originally thought the Cloudhoppers were causing the storm. Only to have to interact with the belief that the Cloudhoppers were protecting the partnership down below. The mountain folk hadn't involved themselves as much with the plant life outside of the salamanders, which may have been part of the reason for them leaving.
I like that. Do they recognize they made a mistake, or is there still like a kind of anti-Cloudhopper sentiment within the mountain folk communities?
I feel like there won't be next generation, but I think they realize that by chasing them and the salamanders off earlier, they led to, indirectly, a source of trauma for their entire community.
Mm.
And that's sort of changing their relationship with animals, seeing how the partnership lives communally with them.
Interesting.
anyone thinks of a better name for them, feel free to go for it.
My move.
Alright. So says diehard Welshman.
Hmm. Okay, so adding to the childcare as an educator's beat. It is each day the children gave bigger and bigger gifts and were rewarded with bigger and bigger salamanders, as we all are. In order for a salamander to be gained, something of equivalent value must be lost. This is the first rule of equivalent salamander exchange. And then that one bomb-ass opening theme, you know, the one that's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
No.
It's a bop. I wouldn't be able to find it because I don't know what it's called, but it's a bop. And I feel like, where did the gifts thing end up coming up?
It was social.
New tradition passing around. It's during what do people say about the myth.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a trend of like gift one-upmanship.
Oh no!
Like, you end up going to a party and someone's like, oh, this guy likes the fishing. And so someone ends up with like getting him a new rod and someone else gets him like a full tackle box or something like that. And someone else gets him a new outboard motor for his boat.
I like it. Especially, I feel like this was like the mountain folk have indirectly caused this.
Oh yeah, good point. I'm gonna say especially the mountain folk and the younger generations, because they're like more impressionable. But it's like the mountain folk show up and they're like, oh yeah, the people around here like giving gifts. Okay, we can do that. We can do that better. We're great at giving gifts.
Dear.
We're so good at it. We're the best at it.
We cannot be outdone.
I'm still going to say that childcare as an educators came up with this in terms of, I'm just thinking of one really industrious 4-year-old who was like, well, what would happen if we gave them a car? And it's like, I don't know, Jeremy, it's nap time. You'd get a salamander the size of a car, all right? Go to bed. I'd be a terrible teacher.
That is their lifelong dream, and as an adult, they give the salamanders a car, and they get the world's biggest fucking salamander.
They get a salamander, which is the exact size and shape of a car.
I mean, salamanders are
it's boxy in that way.
Shaped.
They give it a beauty
the first mud racer.
Ooh.
All-wheel drive.
No, they've got little pubs. All pub drive.
All pub drive.
Have you ever seen salamanders' little hands?
Yeah.
They've got little hands. They're so cute.
They do have little hands.
Well,
it's your turn.
The fucking art that ARP did of Chine holding a salamander.
Okay. I'm going to the waiters and I'm giving them back the a version of the beat where the salamanders save the wetlands or make them bigger, and that was bad, so we took it out. But this is the salamanders restore ecological balance to the wetlands.
But when the wetlands needed them most, they vanished. Now, 100 years later.
But I believe that Salamander Aang can save the world.
I'd watch that.
I mean, why not?
Salamandering.
And I think the way this manifests in society is, No, they've always been herding the salamanders. That's what they do.
We are about 200 years up.
Yeah, we've already changed the waiter's symbol to be a cloud hopper because that made it their work possible. The waiters start carrying model salamanders.
Oh, I like that.
That's cute.
And salamander theme. Oh, I have spelled salamanders wrong.
Aha! Not so easy, is it?
Don't worry.
And salamander.
They weren't the one roasting you for it.
Thermometer with a salamander on the handle. I'm calling it.
We've got merch.
Okay. Generation 4.
Diamond and Pearl, we get the global trading thing. That's pretty cool. Aside from that, I remember nothing else. Oh, the Underground? That was sick. Remember the Underground?
No.
Oh, the Underground was fucking great, dog. You got to hang out underground.
I think the last time I played was Crystal.
Oh, you're missing out. Diamond and Pearl, peak of the series. I'm not sure that's true. I bet there are people who are like, Diamond and Pearl is when the series died. Alright, Bruce Wayne, calm down. Let me see here.
I've been destroyed.
Okay. So
Generation 4, what we feeling?
we've had we've had a man-made disaster. We've had a natural disaster. We've had a friendship.
Oh, August 3 minutes ago put Salam Ang in the chat. That's very droll. Well done.
Thank you. I was trying to come up with that pun and it was not working.
You know, sometimes you just feed it out there and it gets workshopped. It happens.
Yeah. It's good. It's good to have friends.
Oh.
Maybe a new religion comes to town?
Yeah.
Maybe the waiters are a religion now? Because, like, we've seen the way they've evolved and, like, iconographied themselves and adorned themselves with these creatures that have time after time saved their society.
Hello,
Yeah.
I'm the new Waiters, and I'm the leader of the Waiters. Now, you may have noticed in the last 40 years, we've become a cult. Well, I'm here to talk to you about those changes, and what it means for your tax return.
A religion, not a cult. Let's say it's a religion, not a high control group.
Medium control group.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh
Yes.
my.
Are we doing the waiters become a religion?
Yes, but I want to know what their foundational belief is.
My instinct is to say something like, only by living in harmony with society can we live in harmony with our... I'm sorry, not with society. Only by living in harmony with the ecosystem can we live in harmony with ourselves.
Mars.
Sounds good. The Packbats in the chat. Medium control group regulating all Ouija board sales. Packbats, how does it feel to be really fucking funny?
Yeah, I think that's an actual group in Mob Psycho 100. I'm almost 100% sure.
Like, I would like to think that like the waiters have constructed a like pseudo giant tree to house themselves in, and have built like
Is it a
a
giant
network of
tree,
these.
or is it like canopy tree houses?
I think canopy tree houses with little like
Bridges and
cloud
shit?
hopper nests. Yeah.
Yes!
Yes. So they're less peripatetic. They're less nomadic now, if they have tree houses. Or maybe they cycle through the tree houses?
Yeah, there could be like clusters of tree houses, and they cycle around them as they're going through different parts of the wetlands.
What about portable tree houses? Like, they're collapsible.
I feel
Oh my
like
gosh.
I like that idea. My brain cannot wrap around how that would work, but I like the idea of it. And maybe they also use... So, maybe they have, like, high efficiency, low to almost no, pollutant output, like, fan boats. Fee, do you know what a fan boat is?
Yeah, it's someone who really likes boats a lot.
No. It is a
The boat fan.
It's a small craft, like watercraft. It's a boat that has a massive fan on the back of it.
It's like from the beginning of CSI Miami. Yeah, I know.
Yes, a fan boat.
Yeah.
Maybe they've got like low to no pollutant output, high efficiency fan boats that they use to get around as well. Like,
what if it's like a hovercraft or something instead? So it's like barely even touching the water. I don't know what the difference
that's
is.
Kind of what fan boats already do.
Well, I don't know.
They're flat bottom boats, so they sit on the water, like basically on top of it. And when the fan goes, and there's only like one person in them with very little in it, those things can fucking fly. Anyway, that's just me being Floridian for a second. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You survived it. You can spell about that trauma.
Don't ever go to Florida.
No.
It's oh god. One, it's really hot there, and two, just don't.
I think I spent about an hour telling a trans girl why that was such a bad option.
Yeah. Anyway. You're bringing in some valuable wetlands lore. Fan boats. Anyway, yes.
Fan boats.
Fan boats. Like,
the
the tree houses can fold up and store on the fan boats really, really easily, or maybe, like, parts of the tree houses are the fan boats or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Extra efficiency, low, minimal...
Control. Medium control.
Minimal, supplies, basically. Highly efficient.
August's turn.
Bother.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, like, I like everything that we have, so I don't want to erase or metamorphize it.
So add something?
Time to add a schism.
I think you could technically also pass your turn, but
no,
4 things still have to be done.
Yeah. No,
You could also crowdsource an idea. Crowdsource from chat. Ask Packbats what they would add.
So this waiter splinter
This religion
is now a religion. So what if we modified the very first one, so instead of just any, just any child performing a procedure to bring about the salamander's arrival. It is the first waiter's child.
Oh, I like that.
Introducing a Jesus figure, I see.
Do we change?
I'm too Jewish. I'm too Jewish to introduce a Jesus figure. This is a Moses figure.
All right, fair.
A Moses figure.
It's a Moses figure.
Do we change the word procedure to the word ritual instead?
They start calling it a ritual, and everybody's like, it's a procedure, and they're like, get over yourselves, it's a fucking ritual.
Any sufficiently advanced ritual is indistinguishable from technology.
As for how this manifests, I want this to... I don't know if it counts as, like, physical or social, but I want it to manifest as, like, a tradition about specifically children in the waiter's religion do some sort of ritual on, like, salamander summoning day. Would that be social?
I think that would be social. Maybe it's like a festival or something, and like the children all have like it's a thing that they prepare for all year, and they're so excited to do it.
You gonna say ours?
Can we not say salamander summoning? Can we get a different name for that?
You said quivering diamonds.
What about salamander beckoning?
Salamander beckoning works. It doesn't have the initials SS.
Oh.
That's also a good character name, I feel.
Salamander beckoning. Beckoning
My
is a good
name
name.
is Salamander Beckoning. I've been dead for over 400 years.
Maybe it's called Beckoning Day.
No, Beckoning Day is good.
All right.
Anyway, that's a very good thing to point out, Hours, and I appreciate you.
Oh, always on the lookout.
Head on a fucking swivel.
Radical.
Radical. For context, for chat, the reason we keep saying radical like that is because Fee was playing Sonic Adventure 2 and streaming it to all of us before we started the stream. And the very last scene before we swapped over to the live chat was, it just was Fee finishing the level and it saying radical!
And do that.
I also just realized we're all still in the Backstage channel, and I don't care enough to fix that.
Backstage is now front stage. Pray we don't alter the deal further.
There you go. Faces. Hit them. What did I just drop? I just dropped my book.
Don't do that.
No, I didn't. I dropped my new little sweet tart keyboard.
Fix yourself.
Darn shame.
Fix yourself.
I'm working on it.
Anyway, in the time that we've been streaming, the Kickstarter has gone up to $7,639.
Woo!
Nice. Oh, you said 39. Never mind.
I wish it was 69. Somebody, go back the Kickstarter and make it 69. Donate $30 more.
Do that, and I'll personally call you out on stream as a pretty cool dude.
Or dudette, or dude gender neutral.
Dude gender neutral.
Dudex.
Dude, but the U is replaced by an X.
Yes.
That's like as bad as people replacing the O in folks with X.
I meant to do it earlier, so I'm just gonna go ahead.
The O? Like a folks?
Yeah.
What?
If you want to make folks like
Yeah,
queer.
you would replace
Ox is
the S
already
with the
gender
X.
neutral.
Yeah, people are silly.
You
I
should
can
just put a Z on the end and make it 90s.
Folks.
I can understand some people being like, "Oh, I'm uncomfortable with folks KS because people who used it have been mean to me." But that's still, you've got a perfectly good KX you can replace with an X.
Yeah.
KS.
That's a good point.
People are silly. Anyway, continuing. Hours, whatever you did, you overshot it. It made it 7,674.
Good. I only spent 35. Okay, shit.
Why?
Why not?
It needed to just be 30. It went back down.
What do you mean it went back down?
I don't
It's not supposed to
know!
go down.
How do you
It
mean
still
went
says
back down?
7674. I don't think it went down.
Nope, yep, there it goes. My page is just being silly. You've overshot it,
Okay.
Hours. How could you do this to... I'm kidding.
Well, ours already knows I think ours is very cool. So there you go.
Yeah.
Hours is
Copying
extremely
Ace
cool.
Spike. I denied your sexuality. No. What's up?
Huh? What?
Your turn, I think.
Huh? Oh. Okay. What has been happening here?
Ass.
The waiters talked about a child ritual, and then started beckoning day. The day where we beckon the salamanders.
Where the children beckon the salamanders.
Specific.
Specifically,
Pac-Mats is
the
asking,
child.
is it Generation 5 now? Aren't we on Generation 4?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're on
we're on
Generation
Generation
4.
Yeah, we're on Generation 4. It is not 5
Hence
yet.
why we made all those jokes about Pokemon Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, I completely missed that.
Wow, we were talking about it for like 5 minutes anyway.
I was reading a story on Tumblr about Hitman, but it's furries, so...
You know how I know that you were doing that? It's because I reblogged that story of Hitman going to a, Anyway.
I'm listening, I promise. I'm here. It's just also, I have ADHD and have to do other things when I'm not actively playing.
No, you're incredibly valid.
Because I know you guys will get my attention if something goes wrong. Anyway.
Okay.
Alex's turn.
Gonna give some religious interaction here. With
Ooh.
a religious touch. Newly inaugurated envoys of the partnership go through a ritual under the waiters to ensure and be blessed with the fact that they will always do what is best for the society.
How
for the
does this
partnership.
contribute to the myth?
I think it leads
it
into the
like-
point that the
Hmm.
partnership as a whole agrees with the fact that we all live in balance with all these creatures. And some fact, even though the waiters are a bit loony, they're still ours, and they do have the right point on some things. They're good people. If you get the blessing from the waiters, you must be pretty tight too.
Okay, so is this a new event on the end of the legend, which is something like, it's our duty to maintain the balance? The waiters usually have a pretty good grasp on this kind of thing.
Yeah, I am specifically referencing this on thoughts on like when the envoys led a coalition to demand the government clean the rivers.
Okay,
Oh, I see.
So you're changing that point.
Correct. Amending it.
Yeah.
Adding on, I guess. Yeah.
So the change is the child now grown led a coalition to demand the government clean the rivers with the waiter's blessing.
Maybe this is a new plot point.
It seems distinct. I'm struggling to work out how this ties into the legend
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, back to the drawing board.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is how it be sometimes. Sometimes you go back to the drawing board. It's fine.
That do be what it do.
That do be how it do.
You.
Do you want to wait until after your turn for us to do another bio break? Or do you want to do one now while you're thinking?
Well, feel free to go ahead.
Okay. Whoever needs to do bio break, go for it. Do we want to have this go to the BRB screen level bio break?
Up to y'all.
I need to get up and go get something to drink. So
Then
Yeah,
go to
let's
the
do
page.
BRB.
alright, cool.
This seems wise.
Alright. Then we are going to the BRB screen.
sorry. I messed up.
And that's why I'm not allowed back in Baltimore.
I mean, frankly, it's their loss.
That's what I said. And then I got double banned from Baltimore, so you know.
Anyway, we're back. In the interim, Fee managed to get the number on the Kickstarter to have 69 in it.
Oh, I did. I forgot about that.
I think it's 7694 now, so you got 69 in it. Nice.
Yep, that counts. 60 hours left. 361 backers. You, listener, could be the 362nd.
I think everybody who has been watching us has, has put into the Kickstarter, so...
Pledge again.
Pledge more. Add to your pledge.
Take on an assumed name and pledge again.
I don't think you can legally do that. Anyway,
Pledge under the name of Big Wetlands.
Okay.
God, if we were doing, like, a Tiltify, a fundraiser, that would be a very funny thing.
True.
Well, we are not doing that, so, anyway. Ours, have you come up with an idea?
No.
Well, we tried.
We had, like, 10 minutes!
I know.
Sometimes 10 minutes isn't enough.
That's fair.
I got distracted. I have no one to blame but myself.
Yeah. Alright. Well, come up with an idea, or crowdsource from chat.
What's your thinking, Packbacks? What's on your mind?
Packbacks,
What's on
what
your
would you do
what's
to
in your
add to this
brain?
generation?
WWPBsD.
Alternatively,
Thinking.
you can also ping Gordie and ask him if he's got an idea.
I would like to phone a friend.
Is that friend Gordie?
I mean, I don't want to be presumptuous, but if Gordie's okay with me calling him a friend, then yes.
Wait, whose turn is it?
Yes.
It's ours.
Mine?
It's ours.
Oh, okay.
I'm just being goofy.
Okay, I was very confused. More so than usual.
Hackbats in chat is just like, fucking,
Which is fair.
We are asking our brains for suggestions, and all is offered is fish.
Being there.
Well, we haven't
No.
gotten axolotls yet.
That's true.
Axolotls are not fish.
Oh.
No, but they go into fish tanks sometimes.
So do frogs.
I get it.
Yeah, but we've already got frogs. We've got frogs at home.
We've got frogs at home.
I think this big wetlands thing needs to come full circle. Because, like, I think at this point, the waiters have been here the whole time.
I've been here
Much
the
like
They've always
whole
had
time.
a wetlands, a wiglands, something, a biglands. I think it's about time they try to incorporate themselves in some capacity into the mythos.
Oh, interesting.
Gasp.
I have no time for axolotls. I hate the heavy breathing after that.
That was me laughing. I'm sorry. That was just me laughing. I'm so sorry. Sometimes when I laugh, it's just breathing instead of noise. I'm so
No,
sorry.
yeah, I get it. You're good. I'm glad it was that and nothing else. All right.
You don't want to add a god axolotl a la Gravity Falls?
No, what if you could do that?
That's fair. That's an idea for somebody else to take.
Axolotls mean nothing to me. I didn't play Pokemon.
Axolotl! Hold on.
I know they're a real creature.
Where did you get axolotl and Pokemon from?
I don't know.
Whooper's not an axolotl?
No, a Whooper is an axolotl, but we have not mentioned axolotls in terms of Pokemon this whole time, as far as I'm aware.
We've mentioned axolotls and Pokemon.
But not
Here's
in the...
Here's the thing. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Whoa,
I was not on the internet for the entirety of high school, which was, like, I think, like, 5 years for me. Like, okay, like, I didn't have that. I didn't have no consoles. Nothing. So my only
and what
knowledge of
period of time was
axolotls
this?
came from...
What 2017 ass bullshit?
No, it was about 5 years ago.
What 2019 ass bullshit?
Yes.
God, you're young.
The way I was introduced to axolotls existing, thank you, was people talking about Pokemon and then suddenly becoming obsessed with axolotls and then sending me pictures of axolotls and Whoopers.
Okay. I now
my only
understand the
connection there.
connection your brain made, but also you are this goofy ass human.
I had the technological savvy on this issue of a Mormon. Not of a Mormon, of an Amish person. I was gone. I don't know what's happening. Thank you.
Anyway,
Okay.
the fucking big wetlands god figure time.
Yes. So, beautiful song.
Noah's Ark ass bullshit.
During their time, like you said, they wanted to Moses. During their time, Whig wetlands secluded themselves in nature and found the cloud hoppers and did a ritual, a procedure with them, and bargained with the spirits of the cloud hoppers to have them protect us during the Great Storm.
Is this part of the Waders schism, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, I did it.
You've done it. I'm so proud of you.
No, you still need to do the physical, social, emotional.
Yes.
Gotta do
No rest for you yet.
There ain't no rest for the wicked, you know this.
Not until they manifest, at least.
Ain't no rest for the decent.
Is that what we're calling you now?
There. Yeah. I'm mostly enclosed most of the time. That's decent.
Yeah, physically.
Yeah, I'm about to talk about a physical representation, so I think I'm on the right track. See how that goes?
I'm just picking.
Appreciate you.
Alright. So, physical representation of the myth. I will say there's a cloud hopper breeding ground near where the Waiters' new, like, 3 houses are. With a massive split stone, which looks like it was caved out, and has imagery of cloud hoppers within it.
Fascinating.
There you go, monument stone. It's split, so there you go. There's your Moses imagery. It's permanent.
There's your religion. Moving on. It's Fee's turn again.
My move.
Draw.
Remember, you can pull chat or you can pull Gordie Murphy now.
It's weird that we've added Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style lifelines to this game.
Would you like to phone Gordie Murphy?
I would not. No offense. I would prefer never to have to phone anyone ever again.
Fair.
Mood.
Maybe as a
Bit.
highest tier on the Kickstarter, I should offer my lifelong advice in any game you play.
God.
You should have a burner
Your
phone
average
which is
stuff, give me a call.
exclusively like Apotheosis queries.
I'm sorry. I just want the messed up book. I just want the messed up book.
You don't get the messed up book. I get the messed up book.
You get the messed up book. That's bad.
Messed up book. Yeah, there were only 3 available for that one, and I hit it the minute the Kickstarter went live. Like, I had the page open before it went live, and I immediately, as soon as it went live, I think it was the
As
first
you
person
should.
to snag that tier.
Just drafts.
Okay.
When I tell you I have been so excited for this Kickstarter, like, that is not an exaggeration. I love this game.
Well, let's play.
Girlfriend speak.
So, what I have done is I've gotten rid of our home fills with our new guests and wards the salamanders. How do we feed all of these many mouths without hurting the land around us, so that the only 4th event is now the decay threatened to overwhelm the wetlands? So says I, wet scene bean.
God, Jesus Christ.
So yeah, that's the current canon interpretation, and I think it's it's overall less of a it's not a jolly story in that way. Like, it's not a I think oftentimes that's the kind of darker beat of the story. It's less of a too many mouths to feed, which is kind of a very old woman who lived in a shoe kind of situation. You know what I mean? It's kind of an outlandish situation. It's what a problem to have too many people. And it's now, there was some real shit there for a second, kiddos.
Yeah.
What's your manifestation for it?
Trying to instilling that desire for balance really early. This is often the first story kids know.
Think of the children.
Okay.
Hit me?
Oh, the children.
And I think some people believe we again sit on a knife's edge. There we go.
That's cool.
Hell yeah.
Will, it's your move.
Right, so if I add something to the waiter's version of the story, it will be as long as the canonical, in air quotes, version.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my thought, we haven't done anything with the second story beat this round, have we?
Oh.
No.
No.
Okay.
Phew, I almost knocked over my soda. Holy shit.
I could tell what that was.
Oh
I
boy.
felt that.
I'm gonna move my soda now out from in front of me.
Wise.
Worrisome.
It's fine.
So the waiter's child led the community to see the salamanders they had beckoned. Oh my gosh. It is hard to spell salamanders after 9 o'clock at night.
Sorry, bub.
That's what I was saying.
It's what you've been saying this
who
entire
lives
time.
across the pond.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's very fair.
No, that is the correct form of lead. But. So how does this manifest?
You can always phone the Gordie. I'm so sorry I've made that a thing.
I think this is social, and people say "lead me to the salamanders" when they mean
Show me the money.
show me the thing you're proud of.
Oh.
Very German.
Is it?
Well, German, like, turns of phrase for certain things are very, like, highly specific and esoteric for what they're used for.
In my mind, I was thinking of a Tarantino movie and someone being like, lead me to the salamanders, and someone opens up a briefcase with a torch inside.
No, this is like, Mama, I drew a picture. Lead me to your salamanders.
Oh.
Tell me your secrets and lead me to your salamanders.
Yup. Okay, Generation 5. Woo.
Generation 5, that one that I kind of fell off of because there wasn't that much that was different, and the world map design was weird.
We need to stop talking about Pokemon.
And the box legendaries were kind of ugly. Anyway,
Hey, wait a second.
I didn't love them.
Is that X and Y? Are you being mean to X and Y?
No, I'm being mean to black and white.
Oh, yeah, you can be mean to black and white. I love Reshiram with all my heart, but you can be mean to black and white a little bit.
Yeah, that's valid.
Okay, we need an event.
The event.
Name the Woo team. No, not really.
Hey,
We
let's
could have
actually
friends.
phone a friend this time. Gordie, do you have an idea for this event?
What? I think this has passed out of the actual myth by now, but what if the volcano becomes active again?
Ooh.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
That is
Yeah.
very fun.
Yeah.
The Forgotten Volcano. Yeah.
Forgotten
They have-
volcano, because it's been like what,
5 generations.
Yeah, that's like 250 years.
I like that. That's a fun little cycle.
People forgot there was even a volcano there.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care what people say, Gordie. I think you know a lot about Apotheosis.
I think so by this point.
I think you might have a real, career in this whole Apotheosis thing. Stick with me, kid. You'll go far. No, I'm kidding.
It's very late at night for Fee, for context for
It's so
everybody.
late.
She is punchy.
I'm punchy normally.
You're punchy
I did a
more.
little shadow box thing there. I was like, pow pow.
You're more punchy.
Powerfully
than normal.
unhinged.
Yeah.
It's like a cat noise. What the fuck was that, babe?
Yes.
I love you so
Yeah, I did. Like,
Okay, so
Volcanoes get
volcano.
crazy.
The volcano goes active again. The original inciting incident for the salamanders.
And I feel like this time it's gonna go well.
I mean, it kind of went
'Cause-
well last time.
Yeah, but now it's gonna go even better. Right? Because they got the salamanders, which originally stopped the thing.
They've got
Or at
the
least
cloud
a couple of it.
hoppers. They've got
They got the
all sorts
cloud
of other
hoppers.
things.
Right. Like
This is-
cloud hops are just gonna like spin.
This is where the axolotl. No,
This is its time.
lavalotls. Lava ohms. They've been evolving for the past 250 years inside this volcano, and finally they have revealed themselves.
It erupts a lava lottle.
I'm also feeling kind of punchy. I've had too much caffeine today, and I am not stopping, apparently. Sippies.
Sip,
Brother
sip.
man, brother man.
Fuck. Hold on, wait, I have... Please, God, let the stream pick up on this. Packpats, tell me if this works when it happens. Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
I had it on your audio, my love. That was very unpleasant. Please don't do that again.
The Minecraft zippy noise.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Fee. I love you.
Love you too. Don't do that again.
I won't play it again. I said to do it the once.
It's August's turn.
August is currently on mute.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Anya had to make a confession to me, and that confession is that they didn't double check the cart for the grocery order that they put in, and they thought they didn't put in coffee creamer, so they added coffee creamer, and that's why we have four pumpkin spice coffee creamers coming.
Tis the season.
Yeah.
I wonder how it freezes.
It's the 1st of September today. Are people really immediately like, fuck yeah, pumpkin spice?
Yes.
No offense.
I like pumpkin spice, but I am a peppermint bitch.
I am neither of those things. Both of those sound awful.
I like peppermint in my coffee.
I just drink tea.
I'm also going to end up drinking a lot more coffee if this eye thing turns out to be what I have. The medicine
It'll
for
make
it
you see faster.
Well, the medicine for it makes carbonated drinks taste like ass.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I won't be able to have soda anymore. Anyway, fun fact for everybody listening, I might have a weird eye thing. It's fine. It's not going to hurt me.
Well, I'm glad it's not going to hurt you.
August turn. Let's go.
I want to propagate the waiter's version because I kind of want the waiter's version to have a fighting chance of being the dominant version going into the finale.
Ooh.
And as much as I love the idea of lava lottles, I don't think I'm going to do lava lottles.
That's okay. It's just very much like they're somewhere here. They may not be an active part of the society, but they're here. They're friends.
Yes. Yes.
Little wild
beasties. Beans too.
It's my contribution.
Wait, I put this in the wrong place. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where I should put it because like the volcano becoming active is the fault of a gigantic salamander. Think kaiju-sized salamander.
Kaiju mander.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
I don't know where to put it, if that's a propagation or if it's
I almost feel like, is this in the waiter's version of the story, or is this...
Yes. It's in the waiter's version of the story.
Who gave that,
what if it's like
volcano?
Event 2? What if it's like Event 2, where the child does the ritual, then big salamander time, none the wiser the child takes salamander's home?
Ooh, yeah. Yeah,
or it could be in that empty slot that we already have, and it's just unwittingly the child also woke Big Salamander.
Yeah.
Big Manda.
Big Manda, that's their name.
Manda Hotland.
Hey, I'm Big Manda. I use they, them pronouns.
Okay, alright. Big Manda, the talking salamander. Make it happen.
Of course they've got giant lava roiling skin and pronouns.
Yep.
That we got?
Yeah, that is my thing. Now I need a manifestation.
Do this. You can manifest.
I think this is... It encourages the children, because Volcano Big Scaly, this encourages the children to just treat the volcano as a natural phenomenon. Like, it's just another natural phenomenon. It isn't, it's part of where we live. It's part of the ecosystem that we aim to be harmonious with.
Would that go under social or emotional, do you think? Emotional?
I feel like it's emotional, because it's feeling about stuff in the environment.
Gotta love big emotions.
Hey, be me, Big Monder again. For the record, Big Motions is my sister.
Oh my god.
Who doesn't love big motions? In the oceans.
I need everybody to look at the backstage chat. I know I've already posted 2 images, but I found what I was looking for from this particular toy designer.
Ooh, shiny.
Oh, that's a merry little man.
They're Sofubis, which are these soft vinyl toys that people can buy and customize, and they make a line that is specifically like little kaiju salamanders.
Incredible.
I adore them.
Aww.
They are the cutest thing. I was just hunting for these little guys.
Make sure you type it out so we can see them later.
Well, I'm posting them in the voice chat.
Oops.
They even have some that are on all 4 pobs.
Alright, did I say C?
Oh, you mean you wanted to find them?
Right. Okay. Oh, mercies. That makes it my turn, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
Oh, we do
Let's
need
see.
to narrate how the waiters become the center of the society's culture. Because the waiters version is now longest.
Mm.
Is it? Oh, it is. Interesting. Non-violent coup.
The culture.
I mean, originally this starts off as a union. If it is still a union at this point, is it just that this is the point where, like, 8 out of the 11 people on the ruling body are now waiters?
Yeah.
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 Big cultural zeitgeist.
Mm.
The waiters have just always been with us. And, like, it seems like their people have always been directly responsible or, at least in communication with the things that make it so that we continue living, enjoying life, and they promote our values.
Our values, open bracket, salamanders, close bracket.
Open the bracket back up. Salamanders, frogs, groundhoppers.
Oh, tramp.
Community. The mountain folk have just been here. We never said they went back.
Yeah, no, they live here now. What?
Get subsumed.
Get subsumed, idiot. No, I'm kidding.
Oh no. Okay. Does everybody agree with that statement?
The waiters are now 8 out of 11, or that the mountain folk are still here? I agree with both.
The first one. Okay. Okay, for the generation. What's silly? Because we got the eruption, right? The dominant culture presumes that is definite big man stuff. Yeah. Question, is Big Manda real?
I don't know. Is Big Mander real?
How would they find out?
Does it matter?
I feel like you would see her above the treetops.
Well, she could still be in the volcano.
Just see a little salamander head poking out. Ringing
Yep.
out again.
Bunch of the floor collapses, and then like a big salamander head just comes, looks around, then goes back beneath the surface again.
Wow.
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 Truly wow.
Sorry, I can
Okay.
do the Owen Wilson wow way too well.
Wow.
Wow.
I think.
Come on, home stretch, folks. We can do this.
Do it.
I think. Okay, I'm cooking. I think we'll give the Mountain Folk an expansion here on the Cloud Hopper story again, because that's just the easiest thing to do with them. That's essentially where they come in. And that where others saw the murmuration of cloud hoppers, they also saw a giant cloud hopper above those that was also blocking out the sky.
Is
Because
this
they were higher up the mountain and could see it.
another event? Is this like a later event?
I think this is a schism on the cloud hopper column. So I think they'll be here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. And so they know that Big Man is not the only one. There's also like a water/air based kaiju amphibian out there. Little did they know that wasn't a cloud hopper. That was the mother axolotl.
Just for me?
Just for Izzy. The great mother of all cloud hoppers, the axolotl.
What changes?
Manifestations. Gotcha. I believe that is the physical. Suddenly people start noticing big footprints, big wet footprints in the wetlands. Sorry, paw prints.
Mhm.
There you go. They got a cryptid.
Who doesn't love a cryptid?
Is there like cryptid culture? Considering that we did originally say this is like fairly modern day tech, even if it's stuck at that level, is there like a weird cryptid culture around it? Do people sell postcards? Are there people like trying to get pictures of this shit?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think there's a rivaling market for Big Manda merch.
It's like Bigfoot.
It's like take out the romantic tension of Twilight and then go Team Jacob or Edward.
Interesting.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, my move. I'll smooth it again. Gotta make it count. First, I'm going to draw my spell card. Pot of Greed. No.
You have 3 copies of Pot of Greed?
Yeah. My deck is actually all Pot of Greed. It's a very, very useless deck. And 1 Karibo.
Banned. All right.
I love that we've just not. I just love that we've never heard from the envoys after one turn.
I tried to get them back in there. I couldn't. Couldn't figure it.
Mm. Mm.
The envoys, they meant nothing to us. Except when they did.
Okay, I have added a new envoys beat, which is essentially the gathered people of the world, not a select few, are responsible for restoring balance.
Ooh.
Like, kind of being a little like, okay, this whole waiters thing is getting a little much. And I think it's envoys, people who interact outside of our society, think the whole waiters thing is a bit much.
Them just going, this is politically unsalvageable.
This politically a little much. Just a little too much.
Like,
Maybe calm down a smidge, you know?
They were comfortable with us unionizing, not so much as us forming a
these are people
control
from
religion.
These are people from within. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Because, like, they have to present their case.
Hello, David Cult again. Would just like to remind you. Medium control religion, not a cult. My name is an unfortunate coincidence. Will, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the educators again. The child, so I'm thinking something like eventually the child gave away something too big and the salamander could not fit in their house.
Oh,
makes sense.
Found a new home in the volcano.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm not sure how that ties into the next step where the salamanders restore ecological balance to the wetlands, but
they get salamander more balance. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how does this manifest? I think the way the child rearers are intending it to manifest is as an end to the one-upmanship. I think what it actually manifests as is there is now a size limit on appropriate gift. There is not a value limit.
Oh, that's probably a good idea.
There's not a value limit.
The only limit is size? How big?
I think you have to be able to fit it through the door.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
What do they do if it's too big?
Then you're allowed to politely say, no, thank you, I'm sorry, it doesn't fit through the door.
Oh, I see. It's like a social convention thing.
Yes, it is.
This isn't a law.
Convention. No.
I feel like this confirms that the... What's it called? The... salamanders do actually grow based on gifts they're given.
Okay.
Which
Now
is
we
just
end
really
the game.
Yay!
Off-
Ending the game time. We've
Yeah.
done it. We've made it there.
After you've
Okay.
concluded 5 generations, your myth is solidified. The longest branch of the myth you have after the last action is the version that endures. Look over the final arrangement of your myth and flesh it out a little. Make sure you know what your myth means, and if you like, write the detailed version down somewhere. Think about where it started and where it is now. On the back of your society card, note any changes. If necessary, you can also rename your society. Okay, we'll do the myth stuff first. That feels wise. Are we happy with the Wader's version is the longest, and that is essentially the first Wader's child performed a ritual to bring about the salamander's arrival. The Wader's child led the community to see the salamanders they had beckoned. Unwittingly, the child also woke a big salamander. This salamander is under/responsible for the volcano. The decay threatened to overwhelm the wetlands. The salamanders restore ecological balance to the wetlands. And Wig Jetland himself bargains with the Cloudhoppers to protect us from the big storm. Do we feel like that myth needs any additional meat on the bones, or are we happy with that?
I think we got it.
Yeah, I feel pretty
That's
happy
good.
with that.
Yeah,
Neat.
concrete. The waiters got really out of hand for us.
It was a bit much. On the back of your society, note any changes. If necessary, you can also rename your society. Do we rename the society here? Are these people now members of a religion who happen to be in a union?
The Bigland Partnership.
I think they might be members of a religion who happen to be in a union.
Maybe it's now like
They definitely are.
maybe it's now instead of the Eteron partnership or whatever we named it to start with. Maybe it gets changed to something else partnership.
It could just be the Waiters partnership.
Well, but there's more to like the entirety of it than just the waiters. The waiters just also have like a very big religion now.
I was gonna say the Biglands.
The Bigland partnership. There we go.
That works.
Bing bong, call it a song.
Lastly, take a moment to reflect on the fate of your society. The historical events will tell the broad strokes of your society's journey, but think about what happens to them after. Does your society endure? Did it change until it became unrecognizable? If your society ends, how did the myth survive? Was it recorded, retold, or rediscovered by archaeologists generations later, like the Epic of Gilgamesh?
That's the one about making that drink, right?
No. It's the one about...
No, that's the gay lovers.
Yes. So does the society survive? Like, is this a society that is continuing, or is this some story that's been unearthed thousands of years in the future?
I vote survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Survive
feel like
change, but survive.
yeah, I feel like we've put together a society that is not particularly self-destructive.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
barring external factors like the volcano, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't continue.
Yeah. And most catastrophes are like covered bases for them, except maybe earthquakes.
Mm.
Okay. So yeah. we
And the
have
giant salamander beneath the volcano, if that does turn out to be real.
the big Amanda.
The big Amanda.
All right. Do you guys feel that you have created a story you care about?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Then that's the end of the game. We've did it, guys. You created an entire society and mythos about Salamanders.
Big salamanders.
Gordie, what do you think about what has been created today?
I think they're always good. I appreciate the variety of like play sessions that I've heard about.
Hell yeah. All right. This has been Apotheosis 2nd edition, playtest edition. If you have not already checked out the Kickstarter, please do so. It ends on the 3rd, on Tuesday.
60 hours left.
Yep, it ends
Be
when you said
there,
10
don't be
a.m.
squares. Spend your money.
That
Yeah,
is,
Send the money
Eastern
in.
time.
is that 10 a.m. Eastern or Central?
Eastern.
Eastern time.
Eastern time. Yeah, so it ends at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So support the Kickstarter. Support Gordie Murphy himself. You can see the other games that he has written over on his itch.io. I was not aware you had written Palimpsest until I looked at your itch.io and was like, oh shit!
Yeah, it's a similar game.
It's very good.
If this is your kind of thing, take a look at that one.
Yeah, Gordie writes good games, y'all. Make sure to check out the people who helped Gordie make this 2nd edition. Juho Choi, Jan Munoz, and Tyler Crumrine. All phenomenal people, as far as I'm aware. Obviously, if they helped, they're phenomenal. They've done a phenomenal job, as we talked about earlier. And also make sure people check out the Enclave's stuff. If you want to go look at our social, which is literally a Tumblr, which needs updated. I need to update it, but you can find links to everything there. I have been Izzy. You can find me on Twitter at the Shondeer. You can find the other things that I do at the Enclave Tumblr. I am part of Hope's Hearth. I am part of SCP Research Archives. I am part of Abbey Archives, as well as a voice actor on a few up-and-coming in-production podcasts, such as Cauterized and Beyond Help. You can hire me for voice acting work. You can hire me for art commission work. You can also find my games on shondeer.itch.io, because I also write games. I have not written very many, and I have one that's currently in the works. Technically, I could publish it, but I need to do a couple more things to it. I like to write introspective 2-player games. With me today has been Gordie Murphy.
Thank you. Yes. What am I supposed to do here?
Plug.
Do a short
Plug?
plug. Everybody else can do their longer plugs, but you can do a shorter plug because you've been doing this entire stream has been a long plug for you.
Yes. My links to my stuff have been strewn across this stream, so I will not plug anything any further. Check out the Kickstarter if you are interested in this.
Find Gordie Murphy at Gordie Murphy on Twitter.
Honorable.
As well as has been with me is August.
Hello, I've been August. You can find me on Tumblr at Strange Harpy. You can find my voice on a couple of different podcasts, one of which is on hiatus, Gay Space Rocks, a Steven Universe watching podcast where we don't watch Steven Universe anymore, or over on Follow the Leader at FTLcast on a couple of different socials, which is a GM-less actual play podcast. And you can also find other stuff that I've done at harpydoro.itch.io.
Hell yeah. Hours.
Hi, I'm Hours. I was here. Pronouns they, she. You can find me on my Twitch at Our Dreamer. Anywhere else, it's probably Dreamer's Eve. Frankly, I'm not on either anymore, really. I'm probably going to start the Twitch thing back up, but
What is this accent you started doing?
I don't know, dude. That just happened. I shut up for a minute and then there was an accent.
Mood. What do you stream on your Twitch when you start streaming again? What is that going to be? Is it video games or is it tabletop?
Probably video games.
Probably video games.
I recommend Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah! Play Sonic Adventure 2! Speaking
Radical!
of Sonic Adventure 2, Fee?
Hi, I've been Fee T Hazard. At least for the foreseeable future, I'll probably continue to be Fee T Hazard. You know, you can follow the games I write at philohazard.itch.io. I like the mecca of the great corporations abound. It's you psychically joining with a giant robot and trying to replace its dead pilot. That's a merry old time, as you can tell from that short description. If you like other giant robots but want to listen to my dulcet tones, great news, I'm in 2 podcasts. You can go and listen to Admiralty Blues, which is a game where I'm stupider and more of a lesbian, or you can listen to KalasCon, which is a 30-player actual play, where I am less stupid but still a lesbian, but that one's married, so it's fine. And I'm a cat girl in that show. That's kind of fun.
Right.
You know, right? Aside from that, I do art. I do a little bit of writing and skedaddle like that. You can follow me at Philo Hazard on the tumbles. I do have an X.com, but I don't... Well, I still like stuff, but I ideologically avoid posting on it. You know what I mean?
You're valid for that.
I think so, too.
I heard that doesn't dead name Twitter.
Ah, shit, I forgot to dead name Twitter.
Yeah, the only reason I use the X icon on the overlay is because that's what the logo is now, but I'm still gonna call it Twitter forever. Alright. My favorite game of Fees is My Grandfather's Axe. I fucking love that game.
That's valid. It's about a focus item over time. There's some
very similar
overlap
to this game,
interestingly
actually.
with Apotheosis, yeah. I was just thinking that.
Because it's about a family heirloom or a relic over time. Similarly, based on something Austin Walker said.
I was just about to say, so... Hi, Austin, if you're listening, hope you're having a good day. Sorry.
Anyway, and last but never least, Will.
Last but most.
Thanks, Fee.
You're welcome.
I'm Will. You can find me on Hope's Hearth when it starts back up again, or on Tumblr at same NB Hat. And I am looking for playtesters for a 2-player character development game called Candide or The Retired Adventurer Gardens.
Fee.
So let me know if you're interested.
Well, Fee, we should play this, but Will.
Yeah, alright.
Will.
I was just tempted to be like, alright, yeah, okay, I'll do it, sure.
Will, I will fucking do this. Oh. Nightbot got you back, Mads. Hold on.
Candide is very good.
The deleted message was in all caps. Candide is so cool. I have to adjust Nightbot's moderation settings. Anyway, Candide is very good. Also, you can find Will on What of Hope's Hearth has already been posted. Will's been there since the beginning.
That's true.
You don't have to wait for it to come back. You can go listen to Will now.
I'm also on a few episodes of Hope's Hearth, although I can't remember which ones at this stage.
August is also on a couple of episodes. Ours has not been.
Yeah.
Ours has done charity streams with us before. Is a good friend of the show. Gordie, if you ever want to come play on Hope's Hearth, please just ask. I will absolutely let you on.
Sounds great.
Yeah. And this has, again, been Apotheosis 2nd edition playtest version. Please go support the Kickstarter. And thank you guys for sticking around and hanging out with us tonight. This has been super duper fun and great, and we are all tired, I think. Because for some people, it's like 10 o'clock. For another person, I think it's like 1 in the morning. And for me...
But I love, it's 3 in the morning currently.
Oh, I'm bad at
You
time
did the
zones.
wrong time zone math. You did that incorrectly.
I did do
what
it
I
bad.
was going to say is, Gordie, thank you so much for getting us access to the playtest rules.
Yeah.
And
Yes, thank
best of
you.
luck with the remainder of your Kickstarter.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all for playing.
Of
Gordie,
course.
is there
Oh,
anything else you want to
thoroughly
say to
enjoyed.
people before we end the stream?
No, thanks for checking it out. I've been working on this off and on for a long time. I was not sure that anybody remembered the first version, since it was a good 5 years ago. So I'm very glad to see the positive response.
In the game's defense, you did submit it to the racial equality bundle in 2020 that like thousands of people downloaded.
Yeah, like everyone on Earth owns the first edition.
Yes,
That
that's
doesn't
where
know it.
we found it, was from that bundle. Like every time I open the game page, it's like, oh, you own this because of this bundle.
Yep.
But you made the first edition pay what you want on itch. So if you guys want to check out the first edition before the second edition comes out, just to get an idea of like how it plays and just kind of see if you would vibe with the second edition, just go get it. Go download
Give it a go.
It's a good
Take
game.
it to your family game night.
That actually would be
Take
fun.
it to your D&D group and throw the D&D books out the window. Are we done? Are we good?
Yes.
Can we leave?
Thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
Stand and deliver.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Good night.